admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning today and we're really excited to start your day with us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa and of course with me in the studio today is...
Onyeka Valentine.
Destiny Mama.
Yes, right. Destiny, we missed you yesterday actually.
Most definitely did.
But she looks well. Yeah, she looks well rested. Like,
seriously?
You're easy. This is your own Monday.
I want to agree with you.
Right.
You guys look so great too.
Thank you.
Well, they say looking good is good business.
It's good business. And we're on Business Day. So we have to mean business.
That's very good.
Right. We have a very packed show this morning. Of course, we'll see what we have on the headlines. We'll see what we have on the papers this morning. And of course, we'll move to the business morning with Destiny Momo. And then the big story talking about funding her future with Elizabeth. And then, of course, we'll see what we have on social listening. The stories making the rounds on social media. So quite a packed show this morning. So you need to keep it tuned to Business Day today. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting up with the reps mulling new law to protect local refineries grant first right to crude supply. And still on the headlines this morning, federal government directs varsity vice chancellors to enforce no work, no pay policy against striking ASU members. And of course, federal government not targeting bank deposits for taxation, according to NOA. Finally, on our headlines this morning, Mali retaliates with $10,000 visa bond for U.S. travelers in tit-for-tat move. What a morning. Tit-for-tat. Well, let's start off with the federal government directing varsity university vice chancellors to enforce no work, no pay policy. Apparently, this isn't a bid to stop them from striking, which we knew was supposed to start from yesterday for 2 weeks. This is sort of like a deterrent because if they are now going to enforce this no work, no pay, it means that the ASU members, the lecturers that are already striking will think twice. So because you don't want insult upon injury, already you're not paid, that's why you're striking, and then they now tell you no work, no pay. What does that even mean?
So yeah, you want to chip in, right? Go ahead.
What I was going to say is we're talking about, we're dealing with professionals here. There's no lecturer at this stage that do not have a PhD, that's not a professor. And then you now trying to, teach a professor how to do their job and still threatening them that if they do not work, they will not be paid. And that's like undermining, or that's like, putting under the carpet, their rights, as if to say maybe they're complaining too much. Do you think they're complaining too much? Or do you think whatever their complaints are does not have any valid reason, so to speak? I mean, what's going on?
So, so what this means is simple, right? When you're dealing with an entity, better still, then like a country like Nigeria, we're quite very diverse and very complicated country. Look, for what it's worth, understand that the leadership that you are looking at is the type that will have the yam, have the knife, and have the trade.
Sure.
And so when you want to go on strike, be prepared. Be ready for all these things that will come out of it. You don't expect that you could say, I want to strike for the money I'm being owed and not get this kind of kickback from the government. However, it's unfortunate to also see that you can have VCs, even one way or the other, entertaining some discussions from the government saying no work, no pay. When we know that even most of the VCs too are also lecturers in their own way. Yes, it might be a VC, but you might want to drop one or two. Exactly. So are you asking the VCs to shoot themselves in the foot? Because like I always say, because you want to spite the face, you cannot cut the nose.
Now the thing is, have they actually really solved the problem of federal and even state universities, ASU, NASU, as in all these academic unions here and there coming up yearly with different kinds of strike? Have they really solve the problems these unions are facing to enable them not to continue going on strike?
I will tell you, I hope in our lifetime we'll see a solution to it, but I'm sorry to break it to all of us and those watching at home. I don't see ASU, right, not going on strike again in the future. Even
you
if
don't see it never not happening.
Yes, that's my point. So even if they carry out one of all strikes, I assure you, in the future, you have grandchildren of all strike. You have great grandchildren of all strike. What am I trying to say is that, look, I said it yesterday. We said on the show that one of the things that make them even more relevant is the fact that it can be heard and seen. And how better to get heard and seen if not, make moves like this. So I begin to ask myself the question. I said it before. I'm just in tone what she has said. When I going to have a solution to these things? The day there is solution for it, I tell you, some people will no longer smile to the bank. So they are happy that strike is, yes, it's always on and about. It is serving some people very well. And like I said before, there's something we don't know. There is a business and financial angle to it. When your money is held in that quantum, that kind of quantity, billions, when it's held in the bank, the bank is trading with the money. Don't you guys understand? They're trading with the money. And so what this means is that if a chunk of that money is pulled out of the system all of a sudden, what happens to every other business such bank has made with it? You don't know, bank managers are also very comfortable when you say, look, money's being held instead of being dispersed to other banks. It's helping their own bank to run. This way they can go to the Apex Bank, CBN, to now say, we need more money, that we met our target. So there's a lot of racketeering people don't know. Unfortunately, we are not financial experts. They are the ones. But this news can never pass our ears. That's why we're broadcasters. This is the interesting part now. If federal government now meets us 100%, we paid all your money, so we're not owing you again. What about the interest? Let's be honest. Think about it. If, for instance, you say, okay, I've paid you your money, nothing else again. What about gratuity ahead? So you see, there is always going to be something for us to strike about. They must picket about something. And in picketing, two things are involved. One is either you get answered, or something like this will now hear, which is no work, no pay. Where do you go from here?
Where do we go from here? Let's go to federal government not targeting bank deposit for taxation, according to the NOA. Still, we're talking about interest and banks, withholding cash. So this is also something. So says federal government not targeting bank deposit for taxation, and this is
this trying to say that the rumors making the rounds, that once you're collecting a certain amount from the bank, a certain tax will be placed on you. Is this trying to say it's not going to happen that way?
Well,
so from where I see it, from where I stand, I think two things. One, if we're talking about taxation and banks, and it's the clarification from NOA, I think they should clarify even more, because it looks as if there's some form of gray area in this matter. whereby you're clarifying today, tomorrow you stay mute and quiet, right? We all know that when taxes are either increased or reduced, give and take, look, the banks are not even feeling much. It is the common man that will feel it. And so, which means one thing, likes of Bismarck Rwani, they've heard their view, they've weighed on this conversation before. Likes like all the key people who are the economists and people
Times
who
without
most
number.
definitely saying, look, if taxation is the way to go, the question is, how is it going to affect the economy in such a way that the common man can walk into the market and buy Gary and feed his family of 3 or 4? Or is it now a crime to have more than 3 children? Okay, let's assume we want to stay with 1 child. The more the taxations fly back and forth, you only have 2 elephants fighting, and who's going to suffer? The grass. So whether NOA is coming out to clarify or not, how does that change the foodstuff price in the market? And as a business television, we begin to think critically to accept that question. You've clarified, yes, are banks going to be hit hard with this taxation? If they are, which means that tomorrow when you withdraw money, right, whether with your ATM card or you go to POS stand, how many times you receive levy charge? 15 naira sometimes. Just 60%.
Yes,
you let it go.
You just
Do you know?
Every other day.
Ever care because the amount is so little.
Yes.
But then,
let me shock you. 50 naira, if they deduct from my account twice a day, in your mind of mine, is small money. Can you imagine 100 million Nigerians? And so when you now place more tax, what it means that you move from 50 naira to maybe 55 naira, 60 naira. What does this mean? It means that the common man is suffering. And let me even shock us even more. The POS people too, they're also doing us a favor. The favor they're doing us is that at least you're not spending too much money, or time wasted queuing up in ATMs. But this is the catch. It's a question we are not asking. Why is it that the POS, which is point of sale, right, agents, have more network than when you go to the ATM to collect money? What does that tell you? You see, when the POS people transact, the banks are making more money than when you go to ATM to collect from the ATM machine. So this simply means...
Why did you say so?
I'll explain to you. Now, I thank God we all use the POS and we also go to the ATMs.
Okay.
Run a ratio out of 1 to 10. How many times have you gone to the ATM and tell you?
I can't remember when last I even went to the ATM.
Why? Because you realize that the POS point of sale is
they are everywhere around you.
Everywhere around you.
Are these ATMs still functional?
They are actually.
Good question.
Honestly, it's actually a legit question.
It's functioning. It was when I went to, I think, VOA, somewhere in Queen, and then it's functioning, and you could use it, and then I was like, oh wow, so this
still exists.
But it's no longer very, very.
That's my point. So if you look at it now, interbanking, right? If I take my phone, I want to transfer. Be rest assured, you're going to pay more than when you go to ATM to collect from your own bank. We know this is for sure. Around your own, within your own bank, if I'm transferring from my bank to my account to your account, the same bank, right? Now they wouldn't charge me much, which is always the standard. But I tell you, when you transfer from a POS to another bank, the network is so fast, it's as if they're using 10G. It doesn't surprise you. I don't want to call those brands, but as soon as I just say, what account do you use? You want to do business with somebody, what account?
It's always successful.
As soon as a person tells you, I use a normal, premium bank. I say, no, don't use the other one. Those other ones start with P. The other one, PPP. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what happens? So now they're encouraging people to go and get those accounts because every time you transact with that, your own bank that banks your money, which by the way is just numbers because your money is being used for trading, right, in stocks and other areas so they can make money. I've studied this system, so I say I understand. Now, what happens is that as soon as you go to that POS, point of sale, and you use your ATM card, look, it is favoring your bank more than when you go to the bank to and collect money from the ATM. That's the fact. These are the racketeering. This is one of 100% of what's going on. Now, I'm not a banker. I don't have to be a banker to know this. But when you have bankers that you interview, they will tell you the secrets around banking. So the question is, anyway, have you truly clarified?
All right.
The thing is, I think just one last thing. A lot of Nigerians don't really have much money in their bank account. I don't think like 90% of Nigerians have like up to 500.
Are you broke shaming us now? Where's our money? That means there's even no money at all.
We are suspecting that you're working in hand with all those banks.
Exactly. Really care. They're like, how much do you have in their bank account to get them worried about
for real?
Money,
actually,
they don't really care.
And then another thing
it's all good.
Very true. There's another thing we're not saying is that when you now go and do when you transact huge, in huge accounts or rather huge amount of money, right? Of course, it is also going to be relative. The more money you transact, the more, that those taxations come in. But we want to see in the future, how will these taxations really, in one way or the other, those monies or the S that they realized, we can put into some social welfare, put in some certain areas. Let's see some other things work. I tell you, I have no problem with paying premium tax. Right? Problem I have.
You have no problem, really?
Yes. Because let's be honest, no economy can run without tax. And as a patriotic person,
really aware, are really ready for this tax thing.
You know the first thing, I don't think we're ready. I don't even think that Nigerians have, and I think that's where the work for us is. I don't think they're really aware of what this entire thing entails. So I think it's even really down to us as the media, and especially business, to inform and educate them. So that should be a story, some stories we should look out for in the next couple of weeks, so at least people have a really clear understanding. I think right now we're just winging it. Like Nigerians, you know how Nigerians are. You don't have understanding. What's that thing about? Because we're used to adapting. Whatever it is, we go with the flow.
Yes. You say back in the days when I was a little boy, they said anywhere belly face.
Exactly. That's how an average Nigerian is. Whatever happens, whatever. Do you get?
Because an average Nigerian will not read for an examination until we
don't even know the law.
Comes, they just believe we'll cross that bridge, like we've always
exactly. Sometimes we don't even know the law, if we're being honest, even when it comes to our own rights and whatnot. And that's why sometimes something could be sprung up on you, and you just take it as like anywhere belly fits. You just keep it moving. So it will just go that way as always. So we have that duty to educate.
A lawyer that's a lawyer that understands about that taxation system. She can explain to us what our rights.
Is it a lawyer or a tax
expert? A lot of Nigerians are happy about this whole taxation thing. A lot of Nigerians, especially the exposed Nigerians, that know what this whole tax.
You said they are happy or they are not happy?
They are happy. I'm telling you, I'm talking about.
Really?
Should I say learned people or people that have really traveled, have gone on vacation, they've seen how it is working for people like for the Western world?
I think we should go on the streets and do a vox pop.
Great idea. We think about that.
Right.
Street views will always come, with different points, different reasons why it should happen or should not happen.
Some people do not know what it is. So that's where we'll get the actual pulse of Nigerians. But yeah, we have to move on now. We will have to leave it here today and move on to see what we have on the front page of the paper. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday.
on Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now it's time for us to see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning. Of course, as we always do, we like to start off with the Business Day paper today. And of course, quite interesting stories there. One of the stories definitely is still on the federal government directing universities to enforce no work, no pay policy. We already talked about that on the headlines, and also we also have Reps Mullen new law to protect local refineries and granting first right to crude supply. Those are some of the stories on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. We also have the one on field to farming, farming rather.
Exactly.
Poor seeds
trap farmers in low harvest.
Absolutely.
We have that one.
So what's the cause of the poor seeds really?
So a lot of factors can simply narrow and navigate us towards that.
Unhealthy soil or what?
Well, I wouldn't say unhealthy soil. I think what we should be looking at should be the availability, truly speaking, of even the proper seeds. You know, already there has been rumors that Bill Gates and his cohorts are trying to bring in a GMO kind of package, which obviously Nigerians are kicking against. Some other African countries are saying no, we should, kick against it. But I don't know. Our federal government hasn't come out clearly to bounce it back. But we'll see how that one unfolds. But more importantly, if you look at it, I mean, a field to farming is a very clear indication that the poor seeds traps farmers in low harvest. What does this really, really, really mean? It means that, one, if we have insecurity in some certain areas, right? Farmers will not go to their farms. Even if you have mechanized farming, where you have tractors and you're farming in large scale, right? You are, first and foremost, you are very weary and you're very, very cautious, right? For your security. You don't know if you're going to be farmed that day and you come back in one piece, and your family and friends want to see you come back. So if that fear is consistent in the minds of farmers, those who are into main agri business and those who are actually the ones who are on ground, it will definitely affect, productivity. And of course, if you look at it clearly, right, who's going to go there to now chase these bandits away? Bandits live around those areas. It will affect food production. Right. So when you now look at this area of saying, okay, there's farming, which we pray we don't experience such, because it's not easy to experience.
Absolutely.
More importantly would be, are they getting those seeds, bags of seeds, are they coming into those areas so they can plant it? If not, what is stopping it? Again, I mentioned insecurity. If the transportation of seedlings, the transportation of, the things that will enable farming take place in the middle belt there, if it's not reaching those farmers, are they going to plant their teeth? No. So this becomes a challenge for them. So there are a lot of factors that can gear and even narrow our focus on the fact that if that area is not sorted out, we'll be seeing this kind of, line up on our newspapers every now and then.
But the thing is, I'm just wondering, and I just keep wondering, from the middle belt, a lot of farmers have stopped farming. Doesn't mean that they have other things that they actually delve into that is giving them more money. Because if you see, stories like this, saying that we have poor seeds, to make our good crops and all of that one, I still see it as, something declining in their paths. They've been doing this thing. They should keep at it, and they should train more people that is, helping these things happen. Because farmers cannot go into extinction. What are we going to eat? So and they have the soil to do this thing. So the poor seedlings, what is bringing about it? If it is not for the fact that the consistency in the core farming habits is no longer there.
For it to be consistent, like you said, right? Two things are involved. One, the fact that if security is not in place in those areas, if the government hasn't said this is a point of call and we must take it seriously, I assure you, harvest will never meet its major mark. What does this mean? It means that we'll end up not even being able to eat enough. Then we now look at importation, which will weaken our naira even more, because the more you import, there's something that's given in exchange. And of course, you have 200 million Nigerians and even growing.
We also have wide expanse of lands that are suffering
That is the
and
thing.
begging
That's
to
the
be
thing.
tilled so the people can eat good food.
That is why
What's going on?
that's why security has to be put in place. Look, let me tell
I
you,
agree.
the Middle Belt area, we've had issues in Kogi, we've had issues in different parts of Nigeria, that not northern area. We've had issues. We've had a lot of issues in these different areas, which simply pinpoints one thing and one thing only. Food security is now becoming a big issue, and rather, food insecurity is now becoming a big issue. What is causing it? Simple. Farmers are not ready to go back to farm because they are afraid for their lives.
I agree with you.
You know,
One of the things, that's why we have a government. Our government should look inward in this direction, because Nigeria is so blessed that we're supposed to be very, very much inclusive in food tourism, and here we are still struggling with seeds.
Again, they say without the seeds you can never have the harvest. So,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Anyway,
It is what it is.
I think we should move on now to the Punch paper and see what we have on the front page of the paper this month. That's because some of the other two stories on Business Day, we already took them, and then the other one is just a story talking about two female innovators who are reducing 3.5 trillion naira food waste. Kudos to them. On the front page of the Punch paper this morning, on the top side, the top banner says, Makinde warns Wike camp against stopping PDP convention. And again, ASU strike ground universities, FG clamps down. We see something like an advertorial from OPE. It says OPE emerges as the only fintech with 3 wins at the 2025 BAFI Awards. That was at the just concluded Business Day BAFI Award. And I tell you, they were deserving of every single award they got. I mean, you know how OPE has saved lives now. You literally, so
And a lot of people are still afraid of them, and I don't know why, because people have stayed consistent for over 3 years.
I think it's just the thing where people are still not used to the non-conventional
banking system.
Banking. To be honest, I'm one of them.
Are you serious?
So you know the thing when people are not really. So I just want to mention some of the awards that they got. They got the award for FinTech Security Innovation of the Year. Okay. Tell me if there's anyone that they did not deserve. They also got Business Solution Provider of the Year. They also got Mobile Payment Solution Provider of the Year.
I should delve into other things they do, because the only thing I tell you that I'm used to from them is the fact that the transactions are sure and it's easier. But any other benefits, I still do.
And that's why they are Business Solution Provider of the Year.
I have a question for OPE. Great that you can win all these great awards, accolades to you. Kudos. My question now is simple. Please, what are you doing to help alleviate common Nigerians based on CSI? Because you didn't win any CSI awards, so
we didn't have there wasn't any CSI
that category
award.
wasn't there. I know.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm just doing that again. Say that do more for social.
Okay.
Responsibility.
Are you sure there are?
I think what Val is trying to say is right. The reward for hard work is more work, right? It's more work.
It's not
so they should keep doing good and keep doing more innovation. And put money into
social.
Exactly.
Okay, let's move on now. 2027 elections. Opposition split over NAS poll shift plan. This continues on page 2 of the Punch paper. NAS bill seeks to move presidential governorship polls to November 2026. PDP and NPP alleged tenure extension plot. ADC, Labour Party differ. On page 19 of the paper, it says retired AIG elite probe into killings by Oshun and Motekun. Page 18 says slain husband's family slams Tinubu's pardon for Miriam Sanda.
Wow. Talking about that. It's been a long time coming. And
a long time coming.
And seeing that she has been pardoned. Wow. I'm sure that there are good and bad sides for this development. Do you think it's something you want to talk about?
I think there's something Valentine, do you have anything?
Nothing much I want to say. Just that the truth of the matter is the way and manner the stories are coming up, I begin to ask myself a question. Is Nigeria going to have more content on Netflix and make so much money? Because with all these things going on, I just shake my head sometimes. I ask myself,
You know, and
Where are
I
we?
didn't see that
this is
coming.
happening exactly when the military guy lost his life to domestic violence as well. Like, you know, just barely 5 months into their wedding. This is coming at the same time when this guy just lost his life, and they said it's no longer allegedly. It has been proven by the Nigerian army that it was his wife that actually set him ablaze. And then you're seeing another counterpart getting freed after years of committing the same crime.
I believe for me, the only thing I'm just going to say here is when people see signs of, you know, domestic violence or whatnot in relationships or marriage or whatnot, I don't think they should, you know, I don't think it's pardonable. I don't think it's something to be overlooked. I think it's something to just keep it moving at the first sight. Maybe it's not. This is not an easier said than done thing. It should be something that people take really seriously.
To be very honest, right? The reason why I said, look, some certain things are better left for Netflix. I'm sure you know that. You know, I'm being sarcastic.
I know you're being sarcastic.
The reason why I'm saying
you're being sarcastic because you can't understand
why
some judgment will happen on some matters like this.
Doesn't make any sense. Now,
is that like a personal interest of some people that matter on this particular?
So I will tell you,
it's hard to it's hard to deduce.
When issues like this happen, one thing only will not get our thoughts towards it, which is there is some political undertone there.
Influence.
It could mean, look, but I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but for whatever it is, there is some political gain somewhere for her to get this, pardon. There is a political undertone that we are not seeing, and we're not politicians, but our job is to make sure we analyze what politicians do
in her favor. You know, the whole testimony.
And then we get and that's why the family is slamming Tinubu now for that.
That's something I'm not saying. What this means, right? Truth be told, for what this means for officers in the army, will mean, look, are you saying that we cannot get justice when things like this happen? That can dampen morale, and there's nothing as terrible as morale dampening in the military, because that's what gives them that energy to go to the war front, to fight insurgents, to fight bandits, and bring down terrorists. Nothing should be able to dampen the spirits of officers, especially when they sign their life to put their life on the line and be willing to pay the ultimate price. I don't think this is a good thing, right? Because amongst the officers, they will now say, wait a minute, does this mean that truth be told, that politicians are not being sensitive to what's going on? I think that young man that died like that needs proper justice.
Absolutely.
And the family should say yes for what is worth. This thing should not go unpunished.
Correct me if I'm wrong. For things like this, for the Sanda lady to be pardoned, I don't think it was supposed to have made that public, because a lot of emotions will go down here. The guy came from a family.
I see the point here.
Yes.
On the contrary,
bringing this kind of judgment and making it open,
I would tell you, on the contrary, it needed to go public so that their message passed. I've explained. First and foremost, it's already a public situation already.
It is a public
situation. So if they now go behind, all of a sudden the whole matter becomes mushroomed or put under the carpet, questions will be asked. So what they did?
Do you know how long this case has been?
I'm aware.
A lot of questions they've already sentenced her to death a long time ago, and then all of a sudden there's a pardon.
That's what I'm saying. So what?
5 years later, there's a pardon.
That's my point. So what is giving way? Listen to this. Something is giving way for this to come up. It will shock all of us. Maybe one way or the other, she is connected to someone who will be quite instrumental in 2027. I rest my case.
Conspiracy theory. Well, let's move on now.
Just allegedly.
Allegedly. Better stick to that. That's the word of the year. Page 18 of the paper says Borno maintains lead at 7.4 million complete online voter registration. And speaking of murders and whatnot, page 4 says Lagos rearraigns kidnap kingpin Evans over 2 cops murder. And on page 19, Fubara swears in SSG cautions against power abuse. But very quickly, just to touch on the Lagos rearraigning the kidnapped kingpin Evans, we knew there was a time it was just a notorious name in criminal act, and just rearraigning him for over 2 cups more, it will be really good to see how this entire thing pans out. And I really hope that justice is served, because you did talk about the morale of the police officers, morale of now this is also something. So I think this could be a little bit encouraging to see that he's been rearranged for the murder of 2 cops. I just really do hope that justice is served.
So there's something I want to say here. You know, sometimes when it looks as if a case is going cold, right, and there's pressure being mounted on the legal team, pressure being mounted on those who are around the particular case, and they say, look, we give you ultimatum, so time to close this case. I would not be surprised. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm just saying that we hope that the killers of those cops, right, okay, or rather the death of those cops can actually truthfully be tied to this man who already has been sentenced, and not that they're looking for someone to still be a scapegoat and they go and bring him out and then point fingers at him after. What does he have to lose? You know what I'm saying? So think about it very well. You see, why am I saying this? We are in Nigeria, wonderful country. Again, like I said before, I'm wondering how come we've not won award for having the best content on Netflix.
You're talking about this Evans guy, right?
Yes.
He did a lot of crime. So, saying that he's been rearranged again, it will not be a shocking thing, because these files are there and they're not being touched on altogether. Like, at different times they touch on these files and then they get to see different crimes that they could rearrange him for. Evans did so much. At some point when it was looking like he was being forgiven and all that.
Forgiven?
A lot of tongues were wagging and all of that one. But then again, when you compare it to the terrorists in the north that are getting pardon here and there, and then you begin to wonder, maybe he's just one of the cases in the southeast that is getting, those benefits.
What benefits?
We're talking about people, I mean, pardoning these people, like terrorists that they will call and say, okay, they did peace deal, they signed peace deal, and then they are...
In Evans's case, nothing like pardon should even come up.
Nothing.
Yes,
Nothing. In fact, his own case is signed, delivered. What's that song again? That's it.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Because yes. So just to call a spade, again, like I said, I hope truly, the people who perpetrated the crime by killing those 2 cops are actually within the same folk connected to him.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep. So very quickly, the big story on the front page of Punch says 2027 elections, opposition split over the National Assembly poll shift plan. So the writer saying that NAS bill seeks to move presidential governorship polls to November 2026. PDP and NPP are alleging tenure extension plot, APC, Labour Party differing. So there's lots of differences right now. It's like a lot is happening. What are your thoughts really on NAS seeking to move the presidential and governorship polls to November of 2026?
Well, I mean, it is what it is. That we always said here, and we'll keep on saying it. In politics, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. But when we've seen NAS trying to push across the polls ahead of time, look, I will simply just say, let's watch and see how it comes out, because it's difficult to even analyze what they're doing. In politics, it's so dynamic. There's so many factors that could not even spell, a sum up of a particular thing that you think it is until it happens. Then we're going to talk about.
Are they trying to do it the way America does it? That the election happens and then the swearing in comes up like months later. Is that the reason? What would be a good reason for this? And if you ask me, why the rush?
Why the rush? If you ask me now, who I will ask?
Exactly. We just have to keep our fingers crossed. And on the Guardian paper this morning, it says 72. Of course, we see the OPay as well. OPay
have they done
ads still saying OPay emerges as the only fintech with three.
I guess they're watching
with 3 wins at the 2025 Buffy Award. They were just I'm like, how is that even a theme?
What have we done?
Then 72.64% of Nigeria's petrol imported amid rivalry from new refineries. Page 6. You know, one thing I always like about the Guardian is how they do this infographic that just breaks out everything. Now it gives us an infographic that says functional refineries in Nigeria. Then we see Dangote Petroleum Refinery at 650,000 barrels per day, and then Warri Refinery at 125,000 barrels per day, Kaduna Refinery at 110,000 barrels per day, Old Port Harcourt Refineries at 60,000 barrels per day, Aradel Refinery at 11,000 barrels per day, Opak Refinery at 10,000 barrels per day, Walter Smith Refinery at 5,000 barrels per day, DuPont Midstream 2,500 barrels per day, Edo Refinery at 1,000 barrels per day. You see, it's a far cry from what Dangote within 1 year is able to produce, 650,000 barrels per day. But look at these other refineries. But yeah, it's what it is. And then it says African countries with upcoming or revived refineries. Then we see Libya, we see Egypt, Libya with 220,000 barrels per day. We see Egypt with 60,000 barrels per day. We see Mozambique, Ethiopia, we see Ivory Coast, Senegal, Abidjan, Angola, South Africa, all of that. But if you look at how many barrels per day they're able to put out, it pales in comparison to what our own refineries are doing. Because if Libya 220,000 barrels per day, I'm assuming that that's a total of everything, because for us it showed the different refineries that we have and what they're producing. So if you have to put everything all together, if you're to total the entire thing, it would definitely be way different. But just congratulations and well done to Dangote. I just want to say, for the fact that they're able to put out 650,000 barrels per day. And it goes back to this news on 72.6% of Nigeria's petrol imported amid rivalry from new refineries. I don't think this rivalry thing should really be a thing. Finally, it says Nigeria's petrol supply data from October 2024 to July 2025. Total petrol consumption is at 12.5 billion liters. Import volume is at 9.8 billion liters. Locally refined at 3.5 billion liters.
Thanks for the analysis. You took your time and you broke it down. I mean, whoever's watching now will have a clear understanding. Again, it's good that we can see that the market has, would I say stiff or strong, but however, growing competition, which is good. When you have competitors, understanding the reason why they should be in business, especially when it has to do with oil and gas. It's good news, right? For Africa. Things are working, okay? But this is the flip side now. Most of this investment in Africa, if they are coming from the West, so are they just seeing us as the producing, or rather the raw materials extract continent? When all these things are being extracted, what's happening to our environment? We're never looking at that angle. But again, for business, it's good. Monies are being paid based on tax. Of course, we're making money. We're making money from other interests, making money from other partnership deals, right? All these huge companies come from abroad and they mount their, refineries. But I will give kudos and I will give a thumbs up to Dangote.
Yes, and there's also a story still on the front page where on page 4 of Guardian, it says Dangote warns against using monopoly claims to discourage local investment.
Good example, and a good point. And I will tell you, the fact that he has said this thing is coming from a place of concern and a truthful point. And whoever needs to hear should hear it clearly, because they will come with those tactics and antics to now say, oh, he wants to monopolize. Oh, he wants to take control. For crying out loud sake, if the man is going to deliver and put smiles on the face of Nigerians, take away pain from Nigerians, and be the shining dove and, bird on our shoulders, as angels on our shoulders, go ahead, monopolize it, right? Let us see fuel come down. Let us see gas come down. The sooner we see that, the better for Nigerians. And for crying out loud sake, the man is doing more for Nigerians than other refineries and other oil actors, right, in this game I've done in the past 10 years. So they don't like the fact that he is actually mitigating and closing those gaps and those errors that normally could have been closed based on professionalism. But because of greed, they left those loopholes open.
And now one man is doing this and
He's
they're
closing those
saying
loopholes. They're not happy.
it's having the monopoly.
Go ahead, Dangote, fire on.
Doing the Lord's work, right? Okay, it's still on the front page of The Guardian. Just very quickly, I'm just going to mention these stories. Defections, Makinde insists Nigerians hold ultimate verdict. Labour wades into the federal government as to brief that strike grounds universities nationwide. I wanted to say worldwide, and I remember this Nigeria. And then on page 29, federal government multi-billionaire FCT homes project excite judiciary. What were we expecting? We definitely excite the judiciary. Yeah. And let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. So you see, we know that is
quite interesting.
You know that is,
of course,
or we don't know.
Good friend of
and
ours.
Then
leave it at that.
Whoa! And then you see him on the show. It says the Hot Morning Show is sitting. So they had to give it the name. It says, "Good morning, Nigeria, and our next professor in practice will be." And then you're seeing behind the curtains, they're looking, hiding, like Minister of Works. We know the drama that happened. I don't have much to say.
But again, it's good for us that now the world can begin to see that, look, when there is freedom of speech, people who have ulterior motives, right, will begin. Yes, they'll begin to hide their faces. I mean, he is somebody that has made us proud in that media space, and I keep on saying it, right? It takes you to be selfless in nature to make some points and make them without being biased. Yes, not everybody will like it, right? Not everybody will want to see, but the truth is important, and it is what it is. And I agree with you, Destiny. But very more important, there's something else we're not seeing. What
else are we not seeing?
What we're not seeing is the fact that he's not saying, look, for every other person who understands how to use media to put to shame those politicians and so-called leaders who have been plundering our nation, putting us in the plenary section and relegating us to the back, it is time for the world to see that those ones can be removed and the Lord's work can be done. So I tell you, my friend, you're doing the Lord's work.
All right. Destiny, do you have any more to add?
I'm tempted to call his name on
TV. I just want to say that I just like the way everything else played, and this cartoon is very pregnant. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. So we should leave it to our viewers to decode. If you know, you know. They say pictures tell 1,000 stories. So whatever it is you make of that cartoon, it's if you ask me. Now who I go ask? Well, that's why we leave it this morning on the BDTV newspaper review segment right here on Business Day. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. from clear impact laws that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. A famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere, to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just the natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and whom.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. This is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Very quickly, let's bring you the news in details. The House of Representatives has announced plans to introduce a new law aimed at protecting and boosting the operations of local oil refineries and guaranteeing them priority access to crude supply. Chairman of the House Committee on Downstream Petroleum Resources, Ikenga Ugochinyere, revealed these on Monday at the inaugural annual Downstream Week Summit 2025 in Abuja. Ikenga says the proposed refinery protection and promotion bill will ensure local refineries receive priority protection and support, introducing measures that guarantee unhindered access to crude feedstock and promote non-disruption of refinery operations across the country. Chairman added that the proposed law, which will classify refineries as strategic national assets, will streamline regulations to remove all unnecessary delays. And moving on, the federal government has directed vice chancellors of all federal universities to strictly implement the no work, no pay policy against members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities currently on strike. The government, in a circular dated October 13, 2025, and signed by Tunji Alausa, Minister of Education, ordered university heads university heads to conduct a roll call and submit reports identifying lecturers who were absent or participating in industrial action, warning that salaries will be withheld for the period of work stoppage. According to the circular, the Federal Ministry of Education expressed dissatisfaction over reports of the continued industrial action by ASU despite repeated calls for dialogue, stressing that the government would no longer tolerate non-compliance with extant labor laws. And the minister directed all vice-chancellors of federal universities to immediately conduct a roll call and physical head count of all academic staff in their institutions, instructing them to submit a comprehensive report indicating staff members who are present and performing their official duties, and those absent or participating in the strike. And still on the national orientation, taxes directly from Nigerians' bank account when the new tax laws take effect in January 2026. The agency, in its latest report, addressed concerns about the Nigerian Tax Act 2025 and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, saying the claims of automatic deductions are based on misinterpretation and misinformation. According to the agency, Section 29 of the NTAA only requires banks and financial institutions to report quarterly on customers whose cumulative monthly transactions exceed 25 million naira for individual and 100 million naira for companies. NOA insists that only about 5% of bank customers have more than 500,000 naira in their accounts, meaning that over 90% of Nigerians will not be affected by the reporting requirements. Also, to end the news, Mali has fired back at Washington by imposing a $10,000 visa bond requirement on American visitors, matching a similar rule the United States recently introduced for Malians. According to reports, this move underscores escalating diplomatic friction between the two countries. And this announcement made by Mali's foreign ministry marks a sharp response to the Trump administration's recent decision to demand hefty visa bonds from nationals of several African countries, including Mali. Under the new policy, U.S. citizens applying for business or tourist visas to Mali will be required to post a roundable bond, the same range of $5,000 to $10,000 now demanded of Malian visitors to the United States. And that's the end of the news. Let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning. Stay with us. Hey, welcome back. We're still watching a Business Morning here on Business Day Television. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's CBN Governor Cardozo reaffirms collaborative approach to economic coordination. Olayemi Cardozo, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reiterated his commitment to stronger collaborations between monetary and fiscal authorities as the country seeks to stabilize its economy and even restore investor confidence. Speaking at a public dialogue on October 10, 2025, hosted by the Wheeler Institute of London Business School, Cardozo emphasized that effective economic reform depends on clear communication, credible data, and synchronized policies. He said no central bank can stabilize an economy on its own and called for robust coordination across government to manage inflation, currency volatility, and even fiscal imbalances. Cardozo's remarks come amid growing efforts in Nigeria to align the central bank's actions with government fiscal strategy. In March 2025, he and Finance Minister Wale Edun held talks aimed at enhancing coordination between monetary and fiscal framework. The government has also publicly backed the idea of synchronized planning, particularly in areas like debt management, revenue mobilization, and public expenditure. He has placed particular emphasis on transparency and shared data flows in recent reforms. The TBN has sought to improve trust through regular public communication and by aligning exchange rate policies with the realities of supply and demand in the foreign exchange market. Now, earlier in September, Cardoso used a fireside chat in Lagos to reaffirm that the CBN's flagship banking sector recapitalization was on track and that inflationary pressures through still high were gradually easing through collective efforts. But for now, Cardoso's pronouncement marked a rhetorical shift toward unified policy making, and the next test will be whether that unity can hold up under the pressures of economic stress and political realities. And now joining us this morning is Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed, CEO Finance by Mokhtar, Policy Coordination, and he is here to give us a lot of information on this matter. Good morning, Mr. Mokhtar.
Thank you for having me, Destiny. Good morning.
I quite appreciate your joining on the short notice. Okay, now very quickly, talking about the policy coordination and even vision, Governor Cardoso has emphasized stronger collaboration between the physical and monetary arms of government. How is this coordination structured in practice, and what mechanisms ensure consistency in these decision makings?
I don't definitely agree that there's been a coordination between the physical and the monetary side. I personally think that where we are today is mostly driven by what the monetary policy have made. And if the physical side have done enough, maybe our current inflationary decline would have been more. Because again, you're looking at the physical side, but sometimes people look at the physical side, they only look at the federal government, they're not looking at the state government and local government. If you look at in terms of allocation that have come to that tier of government, it has been high, but it's not commensurate with what the people are seeing on the ground. And you have to know, Destiny, that the Nigeria is an informal economy, largely driven by the informal economy. And the informal economy should feel the impact of the local government and the state more than the federal. The federal is just to augment in terms of infrastructure. So if Cardoso is saying that synergy, I don't see it. Maybe in the between the CBN and the federal government, we could see a little of that. Even with that, it's not all dust and dusted, because again, done and dusted. Again, if you look at some of the policy of the physical side, when the CBN is trying to tackle inflation, you look at cost of governance, and when cost of governance has gone up, you're also looking at a lot of liquidity in the system. So I don't think there's been a coordination. Maybe there's work towards that coordination. Even if you look at the tax law that is about to be put into law, realize that the state governments normally strive on levies. I don't think they are so open to that tax law, because that means you have to cut a lot of their levies for the sector to begin to pay taxes. But like I said, it's an informal sector, and informal sector definitely is difficult. There has a lot of difficulty when it comes to tax payment. And that's why both state and local government think that sector strive more on levies. And that is why you can see that disjoint instead of, especially when you look at the data, like you rightly said, when you look at what the government is doing, when you look at what the monetary policy has done, via what you see on ground, there's a distortion.
Metrics or even indicators are being used to assess whether this collaboration is actually translating into real macroeconomic stability.
Listen, like I said, microeconomic stability in Nigeria will be driven by the informal sector. Okay. Now, what we've seen in terms of government policy thus far is that we've seen increase in terms of foreign portfolio participation. We've seen interest in terms of investor confidence, especially when you look at the kind of returns that we've gotten in the equity market, about 42%. You've seen that in sectorial resilience in some of our sector, of our manufacturing sector, or the consumer goods sector, the communication sector, from that high FX losses that were the floating of the naira to the current reality we have seen on ground. So when you look at all that, you realize that what we're enjoying now is largely driven by resilience. That distortion in the informal sector, because the informal sector is the consuming sector of the Nigerian economy, and that sector has not feel the change, the benefit of the current reality that we have on ground. So it will take time, and that's why I'm saying for that sector to feel the kind of change that we're seeing now, there must be a coordinated approach, not just the physical side in terms of dealing with the federal government as a entity, dealing with the local and the state government, so that you have that coordination. So that for me is the challenge. That is the distortion.
Wow, that's deep. But then how often do the CBN and fiscal authorities share data or even meet to align forecasts and policy targets?
I think you said it in your report, and I think I heard, but though sometimes these meetings are not done for the preview of public knowledge. I mean, they might have been having meeting between the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. They might be having those meetings, but those such meetings are not known to public view holistically like that. So definitely, but if you want to talk about what we've seen,
do we still have you? Let's go on a quick break. When we come back,
we've seen that synergy when the minister, then when you look at the Central Bank Monetary Committee, sometimes they drive their data based on what they think they've received from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the MBS. So let's say there is coordination, but again, how, like I said, have we
Mr. Makta, do we still have you? Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll be still be joined with by Mr. Makta Mohammed to give us more analysis on these policy targets. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Yes, we are still here on a Business Morning. We're still on the first conversation with Mr. Makta Mohammed. Welcome back, Mr. Makta Mohammed.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I think the network issue. So like I'm saying, we've seen those coordinations, but we've not seen them. We only saw them in public view one, but I believe there is a coordination. Because if you looked at the Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank of Nigeria, they always say they drive their decision based on data that have been released by Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So yes, in terms of data driven, we could see those coordination. But like I said, those coordination seems to be happening in the federal level. I hope hopefully very soon we'll see where the Central Bank of Nigeria will be having meeting with the Ministry of Finance and also with the commissioners and also with the state government on how to drive fiscal policy to turn with what the monetary policies are doing. I think that's where we should be moving to. We so much concentrate on the center. Every Nigeria thinks the president is in charge of virtually everything. But constitutionally, that is not the case. So we need to find that bottom line. Like I said, in terms of funding to the 3 tiers of command, it has improved. But when you look at that relative to what we have on ground, very few states can clap their hands and say, we have seen improvement because of the current removal of subsidy. It has had effect in our life. It has effect in infrastructure. So that is what we need to see. That coordination needs to come. And first of all, the cost of governance is high. If you are dealing with inflation, you are trying to reduce liquidity in the system, and you're having cost of governance, and today they are traveling for the World Bank meeting in US. The president is going also, is traveling to outside the shore of this country. You have officials goes with them. You have large entourage of officials, and that also result in scarce resources being paid as allowances for all this. But then you are seeing that it seems to not tally with what the physical side is trying to do. I mean, the monetary side intends to do in terms of physical discipline.
Yeah. All right, then away from the inflation and credibility, let's talk about the economic growth and public impact. You've often said stability before growth. Now, how long should Nigerians expect the stabilization phase to last before stronger growth is visible?
Destiny, like I said, monetary policy have done what they have to do.
Okay.
The physical side needs to do what they ought to do so that we can see that growth, especially that impact on the life of ordinary Nigerians. You see, ordinary Nigerian businesses are driven in the informal sector. How much contribution have this informal sector gotten from the present administration? That is what we should be thinking of. How much in terms of cost of loaning, in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of cost of transportation. You and I know just yesterday the cost of PMS has also gone up again. So these are all that have impact on the real economy. The real economy is the real people, the downtrodden, the businesswoman, the Okada rider, the hairdresser. Those are those that are creating more jobs in Nigeria. Those are the sectors that are not really feeling the impact yet because of a lot of physical issues that have not been dealt with. I keep saying physical because it's not in the place of the monetary policy to begin to talk of good roads, security, rule of law. All these are largely driven by physical side. In terms of agricultural value chain, who's supposed to drive it? It's not the CBN. We've seen the CBN intervene in those sides, and you saw what comes out of it. It is more shrouded in a lot of corruption. So what we need to see that impact that we are seeing in terms of foreign portfolio investors, in terms of investors making a lot of return, in terms of company coming out from the downtown, in terms of employment to improve, we need to see physical policies that drive growth in the informal sector, because that is the key. That is where over 70% of Nigerians find their livelihoods.
Said 70% of Nigerians find their livelihood in many of the small business. Now, I was talking about, many small businesses. These small businesses, they say high interest rates are squeezing them. Now, how does the CBN balance its inflation control goals with the need to actually stimulate private sector expansion?
They've started it already, Destiny, and I think we need to give the CBN time. They've started it already. You've seen rate has come down. But what you need to ask yourself again, Destiny, is how many banks are really lending to these smaller businesses? So that is the challenge. Because if you say, what the CBN will do, the banks also are looking at the risks in terms of the economic reality. So their risk management structure needs to be strong. So, and if you looked at the bank, they have improved their risk management structure. So they are not ready to invest in those sectors because they know that the economy reality is very fragile. So rather what you see, if you look at bank earnings, you see that banks are mostly moving into government security for safety, safe engine. They are not investing so much in the real sector. And even when they want to invest, they invest in the already established sector of the Nigerian economy, which is those companies that are already on ground. They see investing in the informal sector, the smaller business, are high risk because they know the economic reality is very fragile. So when you said, what does the CBN have to do? The CBN will cut rate. Now it's not left for the bank. So that's why I said the reality is let the physical side does what stimulate the economy. The bank will naturally key into it because they know that there is real growth, not rebase GDP induced growth. They will know that there's real growth. So once that real growth comes in, you don't need to force them. Rate will automatically come down. They will lend to the real sector. They will lend to the informal sector. They will lend to other sector of the economy. But when you look at the bank balance sheets, look at it critically, realize that most of their income is not largely driven from lending any longer. They look at government security to drive their growth because it's a safer engine, safer room rather than the fragile lending to the informal sector or the real sector. Because
You've actually said it all. You've actually said it all. But then this last question, are there plans to actually improve communication channels between the CBN and international investors to strengthen policy credibility?
They have to do that, and they have to do it fast. And Destiny, if you see what we've seen thus far in terms of stability in the FX rate, slightly driven by inflow from foreign portfolio investors or Nigeria in the diaspora. So they need to come, they need to have that meeting early, especially now that we are seeing those distortion as a result of capital gain, and that they really need to have that meeting if we want to see sustainability, especially in the area of our FX rate. So we need to do that early. I think they should drive that. The CBN have to go on the roadshow because the kind of roadshow we have seen thus far is the Eurobond. We want to call Eurobond, but now we need to go to an investment-friendly roadshow to show them our result, our scorecard, how our economy is conducive for them to invest in. But also in doing that, you also look at policy that should attract them, rather than policy that will now will not necessarily enhance them to want to come to Nigeria. So that is what we need to do, because we need it fast. Because when you look at our budget, you look at oil price is low. It's not even meeting the government benchmark. Oil output also is still low. So where you can have that shock that can militate against the external shock in terms of the reserve, you need to attract foreign direct investors. Largely what we've seen in terms of the improvement of the reserve is not necessarily coming because of the improvements in terms of output from oil. That has added. You can see that the non-oil sector is also contributing, no matter how minute it is, to that what we are seeing. So we need to do things fast so that the current success story that we are enjoying can be sustained, especially in the coming years when we go to an election year and possibly we go to this tax-induced year.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. You've always, given in-depth analysis on issues like this when we bring it before you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. My pleasure,
Destiny. Thank you for having me.
You're still watching Business Morning here on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. We will be right back after this break. Stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Yeah, welcome back to our second conversation for today. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now, the non-oil exports surged to 4.8 trillion naira, but local investors miss out on Nigeria's export boom. Nigeria's non-oil export earnings have surged to an estimated 4.8 trillion naira, which is about $3.2 billion in the first half of 2025, and marking one of the strongest performances in years. But while the figures point to a booming trade sector, local investors and producers say they are being left behind. According to data from the National Bureau of Statistics and the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC, non-oil export revenues rose sharply up nearly 400% from 977 billion naira in 2021, driven by strong global demand for agricultural and solid mineral commodities. Behind the impressive headline numbers lies a troubling trend. Nigerian traders and small exporters say foreign-owned firms, mostly from India, China, Lebanon, and Vietnam, continue to dominate the non-oil exports value chain. And many of these companies, industry leaders say they have better access to cheap credit and logistics networks, allowing them to outbid local competitors and capture most of the profits. And now, joining us is Olauton Fawemi. He's a marketing communication strategist. Good morning, Olauton.
Morning, Destiny. How are you?
It's so good to have you join us this morning, especially because today is your birthday. I just found out on Facebook. Happy birthday, Olauton Fawemi. Thank you for all you do for us on Business Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I hope you have a fantastic celebration. From me and all the team members, we say happy birthday to you. And now, very quickly, on policy and economic outlook, Nigeria recorded 4.8 trillion naira boom in non-oil exports. Yet, local investors say they are not benefiting. Now, what explains this disconnect between growth data and real participation?
Okay. I know they say that numbers don't lie. Yeah, that's the truth. But then again, numbers at the same time does not guarantee wins. So you can have a very fact headline, but then at the end of the day, what's most important is how it gets down. And I said in one of my recent interviews, also on TV, that it's about how, it's a value chain, and it cuts across different people at different levels. So if the bottom line is not feeling it, then there's a big problem, all right? So the 4.8 trillion headlines shows volume, and most of it has to do with foreign buyers, right? The foreign companies, the large firms are largely involved. But then the bottom line is, what's the value capture, right? Repatriation level, we also need to check that. Okay, if we look at the structure of the export business, the funny thing is, in 2011, I think I made an attempt, to enter the export business, and I'll probably save this story towards the end, so I don't bore you with that. And I saw a lot of the things that happen in the export business. Right, it's not for the faint-hearted, and that's the truth. So those are the things that determine the benefits. The structure, the association in charge of it, NEPC, the documentation, how much of these are our local guys able to work with? Okay, so if multinationals and exporters are able to route proceeds offshore, and retain a foreign partnership, what about the local investors? What about the farmer on the road? On the farm? How much of these funds are they able to enjoy? How much of these exports are they able to participate in? That's very, very important. And that's where the disconnect comes from. Okay. So the boom may be concentrated in some corridors, in some corners. You find out that people who have what it takes to be part of it are enjoying it. But then at the end of the day, if it doesn't get down across the agricultural value chain, then we can't have a conversation. So local SMEs currently, I'm not sure they have the right access to funding, to export funding, warehousing, the right certification. I mean, we can talk about the trillions of naira, but then I'm not sure it gets down to them. So when we're talking about the heavy headlines, the heavy growth in terms of numbers, let's also ensure that we're considering the domestic capture, the value capture. Otherwise, we'll just be chalking out numbers, and at the end of the day, we can't see the value on people who are really, really doing the work, who are on the farm.
What are these export earnings in strengthening Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves if a significant portion of proceeds is not being repatriated through official channels?
I mentioned about repatriation, the process earlier.
Okay.
The export figures matter, okay, but the reserve benefit, right, is only when the proceeds go through the official channels. If you look at our borders, a lot, and that's the truth, let's not hide from it, a lot of export, how are we even sure that they are well documented and they are going through the right channel? Okay, if our earnings stay offshore and are settled via parallel FX market, the boost to official reserve will still be limited because we can't trace it. We can't. It boils down to structure. Okay, it boils down to structure. When we talk about reserve rise, if we want our reserve to rise and we want to do it through export, we need to look into repatriation. We need to look into repatriation, the selling, the conversion, typically when we export, there are policies that guide how there's a certain percentage that you even have to keep locally and all of those things. And now who's checking all of that? That's very important. When repatriation is low, whether the process is not smooth, there are informal settlements, the NXP process is slow. At the end of the day, the official reserves will be impacted. It's either we're overstating it or we're not getting the right value, the right figures from what is coming from export. So if we must make sense of all of this, we have to strengthen repatriation routes and ensure that NXP process is streamlined, it's seamless, and it is well documented. At the end of the day, execution, not just reeling out of the policies, but execution at the end of the day is what matters most, if you ask me.
Yeah, you just said execution is what matters most at the end of the day, right? So how can execution matter without financing and competitiveness? Okay, now talking about financing and competitiveness, right? Local
Yeah.
exporters consistently cite poor access to affordable credit. Now, how
Yes.
is the government addressing this financing gap?
So the thing is, like we did say that the the chunk of what we see in these figures are controlled by large firms and foreigners. That's because financing is not very available and accessible to local exporters. I did say earlier that I made an attempt at exporting. No, there are targeted windows, right? Next thing, with the CBN export funds, SME facilities, they are there on paper. But how much of this are our small and medium exporters or anyone in the agricultural value chain, how much of these things are they able to access? What's the uptake? What's the skill? What are the bank bank accessibility? How are you able to access the bank? These are still real challenges, and it's easy for us to say that all of these funds are available on paper. It's easy to even go on air and say they're available. But the bottom line is when you now get there to access it, what do you get? Do you understand? So these things exist, but I think that we still have a large bottleneck, a very, very steep bottleneck in terms of distribution, in terms of the risk, the collateral. We need to improve. So if we must get around this, we need to improve credit guarantee. We need to improve the risk. We need to improve accessibility. More financing help has to come from the private sector. We need to improve uptake across board, whether it is from the CBN or from commercial banks or from a private sector. We need to reduce the bottlenecks and increase accessibility to local exporters.
Talking about increasing accessibility, and anyways, okay, let's leave that for now and just delve into the specific reforms that are being considered to level the playing field between Nigerian traders and their foreign counterparts.
So I think largely trade facilitation in terms of tariff rationalization, certification, access to the markets. All of these are things that improve export credits insurance. Okay?
Yeah.
And first off, education. And when I say education, I don't mean going to school. Most of the local exporters are not even aware. Most of Nigerian traders, the farmers, are not even aware of most of these things that they exist. And that's an advantage that the foreign counterparts have over them. So when we talk about all of these things, whether we want to reduce non-tariff barriers or improve the dealings at the port or the customs, because that's also a bottleneck. Because there's nothing you want to do now that doesn't go to the port, or you have to pass through customs. And some of this very bureaucratic approach just kills the dream, just kills the attempts that people make, in diving into the export business. So when these reforms are in place, there needs to be adequate information, education that goes to the players in the export business, that there are insurance schemes that are available. You can have more localized content rules. It then now creates space for more Nigerian players, because if you look at it holistically, larger firms have an advantage in terms of funding. They're bringing forex now, so they have an advantage. They have the connection. they can speak to who matter and they get things done. The average person in the average local exporter may not have such. So if there must be a balance, we must create more room for the local guys to be able to play. And this they cannot do on their own. All the agencies, all the sectors that are involved, whether it is the association in terms of export in the first place, in terms of financing, the commercial banks, the CBN itself, we need to educate our local team that there are schemes that are available for you that you can access to do whatever it is you want to do, and make it easy for them to access them. It's not just about saying it is available, it's about making it indeed available through access, if you know what I mean.
Oh wow, that's good. Okay, now talking about value addition and and even industrial development, right? Okay, most of Nigeria's exports are still raw materials. Okay, now what
Exactly.
policy steps are being taken to actually encourage value addition and even local processing?
So here's the thing, it's a bit sad, and I'll tell you why it's sad. Most of our exports are raw materials. Look at this. We have the raw materials, whether it's cashew,
Yeah.
what have you, cocoa, all of these guys, sesame seeds, we have them raw. It breaks my heart because when we take these things out, they are processed abroad,
There and brought back to us.
brought back, and then we are buying it. We are using forex to buy.
Yeah.
And now the challenge is, if processing happens here, what we have done is, one, we have kept those
The values.
products within one. We have processed them by ourselves for ourselves, and then getting them back will be, say, in the same currency because they are here, right? Then we will not be talking about shipping. We will not be talking about, because at the end of the day, just imagine that if there were factories where we process cashew or palm kernel, if there were factories where we process that, can you imagine how many people will be working in such factories?
Exactly. Job opportunities.
Can you imagine? Yeah, so we're talking about job creation, we're talking about value creation, we're talking about keeping our funds in here and attracting forex, right? The only way you can attract forex is if you're producing. The problem is we're attracting forex from the raw materials, which is way cheaper, right? If you can make 13 million or billion dollars from selling raw material, you can actually make up to 50, which is about 3 times when you've processed it and you're selling. Okay, so when we're talking about tariffs, incentives, infrastructure, if policies are not marrying them, there's a problem. There's a problem. So protective tariffs on key raw export has to come in place. We have to develop infrastructure within, the country that helps us to process, such that whether at the state level, local level, federal level, public and private partnership, when we are putting all of these things together, we are reducing investment risk. We are keeping our own funds within our own shores. That way, we're not selling the raw materials, waiting for our foreign counterparts to process and make good, and then we are shipping it back home.
Sure.
And agriculture is very, very significant, because everything that comes from agriculture, we can't do without it. Whether it's at the raw state, at the processed state, whatever, you can't do without it. You must eat. Before you eat, you must plant. Before you plant, you must have seed. Before you have seed, you must plant. And it just goes round in circles. So across the value chain, if we're not deliberate about ensuring that these things stay home, right, at the end of the day, we will have issues with industrialization, employment, and even foreign reserve, to be honest.
You've said so much on this, but then are there ongoing partnerships with private investors to develop agro-processing zones or even industrial clusters to even boost manufacturing capacity? What lessons can you, bring out from this, or can Nigerians learn from this?
I think yes, actually, there are. We've heard of different partnerships between private investors and the government. The most important thing for me at the end of the day, I always say, is scale and accessibility. The government partners with multilateral organizations, private investors, and we see a lot of move towards creating agro-processing hubs and some industrial clusters. But at the end of the day, it is scaling through the supply chain. That's the most important thing. So if we've been able to do 100 in the last 1 year, how do we get to 1,000? How do we get to 2,000? Okay. So if there's a lot of support from the AFDB, the state governments are also very deliberate about industrialization, then we'll be looking at how we keep our product. And Nigeria is very blessed. That's everybody
Very
knows.
blessed, yeah.
We have the land, we have the weather, we have the products. We have the products.
We
The
do actually.
The challenge is infrastructure. And when we're deliberate about it, that's when we see a lot happening across board. Why do you think there's urban migration? Because there's no and that's where development should actually happen.
Exactly.
Because in our local city hubs, towns, we have the farm, we have the land, we have the manpower. So if there's development there, if export incentives are directed towards that place, if they are protected, because now the issue of kidnapping and what you call this, banditry and all of those things are chasing them off the farms. Now, if we can deal with those things, export incentives are being utilized well. We're developing the skills of people in the rural areas. We're building the infrastructures to ensure that whatever it is we're producing are well. Go and check out Vietnam, check out Malaysia. I've been to China. I saw a lot of things. You know how they say, right? Beg your pardon. The money that you create in a place should stay there. That's the only way you keep money that belongs to a place in that place now. It's by rotating it.
Wow.
Before a country can say we're shutting down a global, we're shutting down from accessing a global site, it's because they have built one that they can depend on, and they know that everybody will use it and it'll be fine.
Wow.
Let's look at transitions. They have to be successful.
Exactly.
Incentives, they have to be selective. They have to be invested back into logistics, training of human capital, building companies, industrialization. Whether you want to partner with private sector, Nigeria needs to do more, please. I'm not just reading out big numbers on the.
I can see the passion in your voice. You're not happy about where we are right now in this export thing. But I can assure you, it's going to be better. It's going to be better. There's a lot of education. There's a lot of education going on this, and people are getting more aware of this. Now, because of time, I would have asked you more questions, but because of time, we would be unable to, go on and on. And I want to thank you so much out of a busy schedule, and being that it's your birthday, that you could, talk to us on Business Morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Fawemi. He is a communication expert, a marketing communication expert, and a businessman to the core. Thank you so much for your time, and Happy birthday once more. Have a great day, Mr. Alauton. Thank you, Destiny. And that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Mama. To stay tuned for more updates on Big Story by Elizabeth Musa. And join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Today we're shining the light on a troubling reality in Nigeria's innovation landscape. Female entrepreneurs are building bold ideas but getting crumbs when it gets to funding. Across Africa, women are leading more than 380 ventures in sectors like agri-tech, health tech, and digital finance, yet they receive just 2% of total tech funding in 2024. That's about $48 million compared to over $2.2 billion raised by male CEOs. In Nigeria, the picture is even starker, with only 10% of funded startups between 2019 and 2023 which were female founded, and together they secured less than 1% of the country's $600 million deal volume. It's a sobering reminder that talent isn't the problem, access is. This morning, we're asking the question, why do women still face such steep barriers to capital, and what will it take to level this field? Joining me now is someone who understands this reality firsthand. Her name is Omomi Christine Emmanuel Oga. She's the CEO of XCare Health, which is a fast-growing health tech company bridging healthcare access through technology. She's also part of a new generation of female founders pushing boundaries even as they navigate the tough terrain of fundraising in Nigeria's tech ecosystem. Omomi, good morning and thank you so much for joining the big story today.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's start from your experience, Omomi. You run a health tech company in a space that's not just competitive, but also capital intensive. Tell us what your journey, funding journey has been like as a female founder in Nigeria.
Oh, that's a great question. So first and foremost, let me talk about what we do at XK Health. At XK Health, we're focused on converting community pharmacies into modern dispensaries, but into primary care hubs, providing easy access to basic care. We run a network of pharmacies, laboratories, immunization centers. And our goal is to become Africa's first retail distributed network of healthcare providers. Now, you would imagine with me that a journey, a vision like that is going to be capital intensive. And so raising funds for this has been interesting and challenging. Now, as most founders have started, we started by bootstrapping. And over the course of the years, we tried to raise debt funding from banks. And like you rightly guess, we had some stumbling blocks, huge collateral demand, and requests that many early stage businesses are unable to provide. And then on the other landscape, when you're trying to raise funds from investors, there's a wrong perception about female-founded businesses, that female-founded businesses are high risk. So what did we do at XK Health? We understood the landscape and we decided to have the data that could show that we were building something sustainable. And so with the right data, with proven track record, our traction, we came back to the drawing board, and it's been better raising the funding needed for our growth aspirations. That's been our journey at XK.
Interesting data and interesting journey. I would say well done, first of all. But we've also seen the data with women-led startups receiving just 2% of Africa's tech funding in 2024. From your vantage point of view, what's driving this wide gender gap? Is it investor perception? Is it the bias? Or is it a systemic design that needs to be addressed?
You know, that's interesting. I'll say it's multi-pronged. There's the system design, investor perception, and then of course there's this wrong bias. So what do I mean? Let's look at the system design first and foremost. If you look at the investment landscape, you find that we have more male investors compared to female investors. And I say something like begets like. So a male investor is more likely to tilt towards a male-founded business because he typically understands that terrain. many male founders would focus on in industries that are high scale, high risk, high growth, which fits the investment appetite for most male investors. Now, if you look on the flip side, for female founded businesses, you find us in health, in agri, climate, education. Now, these industries are not necessarily tilted towards high scale, but more towards sustainable growth, which usually doesn't fit the investment appetite for most investors. And then finally, there's the bias. There's a wrong bias that female-founded businesses are high risk because of the work perception that we have to maintain work-life balance both at home and at work. But one of the things most female founders have learned to do is to build systems. So you build systems at work, you build systems at home, and these systems typically provide sustainable growth because you have systems for how things run in your organization as well as in every aspect of life. And that is why you will find that most female-founded businesses tend to show more sustainable growth over time compared to the male-founded businesses.
Right. It's interesting and it's good to hear you talk about the fact that women actually build the systems over time, and they've found a way to manage, this supposed high risk situation that, they often think about. So I think it would just make me skip the question I was going to ask you. But let's talk about XCare Health itself. It operates in a health tech where impact actually is measurable, but with strong numbers, many women-led ventures still struggle to scale. Do you think that the funding ecosystem truly values social impact, or is it still profit first?
That question makes me smile. And why? So most times, the perception is the ecosystem values social impact. But I think the reverse is the case. What do I mean? Many times, investors typically would tilt more towards businesses that would show a high return on investments, high profits immediately. And this is not to say social impact and high profits are mutually exclusive. I do believe they work hand in hand, but we do expect the funding ecosystem to provide more patient finance. If you look at many male-funded businesses, they typically would come with the perception of high growth, high profitability within a very short time frame. That's the reverse for female-funded businesses, because we want to show you sustainable growth. We want to prove to you that we have tested and tried our model, and this is going to work. So the funding ecosystem right now is more tilted towards profits, businesses that would prove high profits within a short timeline than businesses that have high social impact. And you're right, the healthcare terrain is heavily capital intensive. And this is because in Nigeria and in Africa, when you're in an industry like mine, you typically have to also build structures to provide the solutions the system, the country needs. And you find that many businesses, while providing these solutions, are also trying to fix a lot of systemic structures that are not in place. And this is why it's heavily capital intensive.
Right. And we've seen a lot of calls for gender lens investing these days. You go to gatherings and all of the talk is about gender lens investing. Do you think that we're making progress in that light?
Yeah. Compared to many years ago, it's good to see programs that are tilted more towards gender-led investments. And I believe these initiatives, if shaped right, would do very well for many female founders. One of the things we need to watch out for in such initiatives is there's the likelihood for them to get what goes with a lot of bureaucratic processes. And this is not what female founders need. For initiatives like this to work and show the impact that they need to do, most female founders have to be met at where they are, understand the business needs. One of the things people need to understand is female founders are not asking for handouts. They're asking for access to working capital, affordable capital that would help us build sustainable solutions. And I do believe if these initiatives are programmed right, the impact for female-founded businesses would be immense in the coming years.
And then speaking about this initiative, speaking on this initiative themselves, we have the $8 billion Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap. We also have the $50 million WADE program for women-led digital enterprises. From your perspective, what would make these interventions actually work for founders on the ground?
Yeah, for these initiatives to work, it shouldn't just be about providing access to capital. It should also be about providing access to mentorship, access to the right systems for businesses to leverage on. It should also be about understanding the needs of individual businesses. So sometimes when good initiatives like this come up, you find that they have a blueprint of how this fund should be disbursed. These blueprints don't necessarily meet the founders where they need them to be. Right. So I do believe that for initiatives like the two you have mentioned, while they are great, if they're able to come up with systems of picking out some of these businesses and ensuring that they're working with them, understanding the needs of these businesses, providing the right information, the right tools for these businesses to leverage on. I do believe initiatives like this would be available to many founders, many female founders, and they will be successful in the long run because then they will have track record of businesses that have been helped and how those businesses have in turn turned out to benefit the economy in general.
Right.
So initiatives like this are amazing.
Just for us to get a clearer picture, could you just maybe highlight some of the pain points, like the deepest pain points that women need to address right now, in terms of investor education, entrepreneurship? What are some of the deepest, the biggest pain points right now?
Okay, I think the first one is if you compare a female-led business to a male-led business, once a man is coming to pitch a business, all he needs to do is prove that this business is going to yield certain returns. He doesn't necessarily need to have any track record in this. But for a female-founded business, you're asked to provide data, provide the evidence that you can do this. Many times you're asked to go back to the drawing board and show your track record. And so if you look at this, it already brings a huge barrier for the female-led businesses. But it also helps us build resilience because when you have gone to many rooms and you have been hit with a lot of no's, guess what? You go back to your drawing board and you fix it. You understand, why is this investor turning me down? And you fix that error in your system. And what that ends up doing for female-led businesses is they end up turning more profits per investment. So when you invest $1 in a female-led business compared to that same dollar in a male-led business, the female-led business, data has shown, typically provides more profit per dollar invested, right? And so this is because this is one out of pain, one out of some of the troubles female founders have had to go through in raising funds. I also believe we do need more networks for female founders to come in and leverage the right knowledge. What are investors looking for? It would be good if we have networks that help provide some of this information to female-founded businesses, help them tailor their models so that it's able to answer a lot of the questions investors want to know. So sometimes I also do believe that investors are not necessarily refusing to invest in female-founded businesses. They just don't understand the terrain. So how do we make our businesses available? How do we provide information that helps investors understand what we're doing and help them see the road to profitability in our businesses? I believe in doing this, it makes the landscape easier for female-founded businesses.
Right, and on a very personal note, what are some of the things that keeps you motivated, especially when the door seems harder to open? And what message do you have for young women who may be watching right now who want to build and scale their own businesses?
All right, a few things that have kept me motivated is believing in what I'm doing, in the solutions we're providing. And because we're meeting a need, there's a huge gap in the healthcare space in Africa. And because we're meeting that need, we always tell, I always tell my team that it's just a matter of time. And that has kept us motivated. That has kept us resilient in the face of lack of funding, when the system seems geared against you. That has kept us focused. And one of the things that that has also done for us is it's helped us build traction. It's helped us build the right data. And in doing that, we're able to also leverage funding this year. My XK Health was one of three female-founded businesses that accessed impact investment from a program called Cascado early this year. And that just proved to us that by insisting on the right systems, the right structures, right, at a point in time, you attract the kind of investment you need. Now, for young female founders out there, one of the things I would advise is have an instantly good product or an instantly good service. And from day one, start building your data, keep your track record, have your roadmap to success, your roadmap to how your business is going to be profitable. And guess what? Even when you receive 10 no's, that shouldn't make you stop, right? Because just at the 11th hour, you just might come up with a yes. And as long as your business is solving a need, you would get the right kind of funding. You would get the funding that is necessary for your business, because again, not every funding is important or is correct for the kind of business you're growing. So that's my message to female founders out there.
All right, thank you very much, Omolmi Christine Emmanuel Oga, the CEO of XCare Health. Thank you for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you for having me.
This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the Social Listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution.
we must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to
we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The law.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. Quite a number of things are making the rounds today, and I'll get to that very soon. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
I almost want to say social listening.
Oh, really? Your name could as well be Social Listening.
Yeah.
But let's begin with some of the stories making the rounds this morning. It says 1 million copies of the Holy Bible are to be distributed nationwide in honor of somebody. Interesting story. But you know what? We'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Still the social listening segment right here on bdtv, and this is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. Begin this morning with quite an interesting story. 1 million copies of the Holy Bible are to be distributed nationwide in honor of Sheyi Tinubu, the son of the president of the country, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, the initiative was announced during a Thanksgiving service held at the National Christian Center in Abuja and coordinated by Honorable Belu Sochukwu Inweri, the national chairman of the youth wing of the Christian Association of Nigeria. According to organizers, the goal is to promote moral renewal, ethical leadership, and civic responsibility among young Nigerians. The Bibles will be shared through churches and community groups across the country. Sheyi Tinubu, in a message, appreciated the gesture and emphasized that faith and moral education are key to national development. I think this is quite interesting. To be honest, I'm literally heaving a sigh of, I don't know if it's relief or confusion.
You know, do people realize that we live in a digital age? We live in an age where everything and anything that you want is right there in your palm. It's a smartphone. You see, again, I've always said that until we stop putting round pegs in square holes, it's better for us. Some people think that I'm beginning to sound like a broken record. It is better I sound like a broken record than not sound like a record at all. Look, Sheyi Tinubu, first and foremost, is not the president of Nigeria. Let's start with that. So, in trying to do things to drag in attention, I'm going to ask myself a question. Does he have a political post to start with? Right? Again, that's me. It's a far cry. Let me leave it at that. Why am I mentioning these angles? Is that we shouldn't take him seriously in that way. Then bringing in religion as an antics and a ploy to gain the thoughts of Nigerians towards what, 2027? I like to call a spade the way it is, right? In an event where you want to sway people, wake up everybody. Nigerians and Nigeria as a whole has moved on from that kind of tricks. You see, when you try to use religion as a long rope to dine with people, I tell you, it's only a matter of time. People will catch up with you. And all that has already been exhausted. And then in an event where you now say that you are spending, millions and millions or whatever it is to buy Bibles, let's even look at the economic damage that it has even done, first and foremost. Are you telling me that if someone's the bad person, it's the Bible that will change the person? Now that's for religious clerics to answer that one. I leave that one aside. Them don't dive into areas regarding, clergy people and their work. I'm saying that the money you could have used to set up some little business that can empower people. Because you see, a hungry man is an angry man. An angry man is not a man you want to preach to, not even listen to you. The first thing first, every Nigerian wants is stomach infrastructure. I'm waiting to see how much was even spent on those Bibles. I want to know, really. Because it is someone's idea that could have come on the table with that thing and then present it to him. So say, I will do this thing. Then he will take the money from where? Where's the money coming out from? Surely it's not from his personal pocket. 1 million Bibles. Is that not what he's saying? That's a lot. How much is one Bible? Let's just say on an average, one Bible probably costs, I'd say, 1,000 naira, 1,005 or 2,000 naira.
Much more than that.
Much more than that. And if there are big Bibles, like, real huge encyclopedia looking kind of Bible.
Unless the New Testament Bibles.
Even at that. Even if my point is, on the average, if it costs 2,000 naira to buy one Bible, so 1 million Bibles, that's a lot of money. That money could have been used to channel into, setting up some certain business for some certain persons. If you empower one person, right, and that person goes and does what? Employs others, what have you done? I've not put food on the table of some certain person.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you, even if you take the Bible or Quran and put it in front of somebody and say, look, this is it, leave your food, they will go and eat food first before they come back to home and read that Bible.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because I don't even know when we became moral police or anything, because I'm all for moral renewal, moral upliftment and whatnot, but I don't think it's about, in a country where people are battling multi-level poverty. I don't think it's the right time to say you're budgeting some funds for 1 million Bibles. It's like, to me, it's just a little bit being self.
Anyways,
I don't even know what to paint it as.
Everything that happens has a flip side. Let's not look at the positive side of it. Of course, those bookshops that sell Bibles, they make some money. And that money now, hopefully those Bibles were bought from Nigeria, not imported.
No. Firstly, there are no bookshops. Like, if in a case of something like this, it's definitely contracted to one source. It's not going to be a bookshop that sells Bibles. Like, are you joking? 1 million Bibles. It's contracted from one source. So I just think it's a little bit ridiculous. But, maybe we should look at a little at the tweets and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social media, because there will be a lot of things to say about this story. Jerry. But firstly, let me say congratulations and happy birthday to Sheyi Tinubu. That's a comment from Italy. It says, nice one. The people of Nigeria need to understand that only God can save them. Now, I don't know if this person is being serious or being sarcastic. Lukman says, why distribute 1 million Bibles when people are battling hunger, unemployment, and insecurity?
Same thing I said.
Exactly what I said as well. Maazi Uche says, rice, Bible, next will be what? I can't even think about it because at this point, I never saw Bible coming, to be honest. Olorogun Ernest says, religion and poverty remain a consistent weapon for most African leaders.
Definitely.
May God help Nigeria. To be honest, I don't think there's more to say than what we've seen. You know, I didn't see Bible coming. I couldn't have even seen it, not anywhere on my bingo card. And then this happened. So I wonder what could happen tomorrow. What else could we distribute tomorrow?
Again, like I said before, we need to have all this great content on Netflix. Nigeria itself is a movie. But having said so, I'm just trying to look for a funny side towards it. But if you look at it closely, truth be told, right? In sharing those Bibles, we'll even get to those who are even poor.
Who have what?
We'll get to those who are less privileged. Will the Bibles even get to them? You see, as tricky as that move is, will it actually get to those people? What am I trying to say? There's an undertone what I'm saying. That even as, quote and unquote, as unstrategic as that move is to share Bibles, will the Bibles really get to those people?
Well, you never know. For that one, you can never say it will get to them. It could not get to them. I don't think that's up to us to determine. But let's take the story back to Lagos, bring it back to Lagos, where the state government has confirmed plans to begin construction of the $3 billion Green Line Rail in December of 2025. According to the Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiyemi, the new rail line will connect Marina to the Lekki corridor, easing movement and reducing traffic congestion. Now, this project will be executed in 2 phases. The first from Lekki First Toll Gate to Ekpe, and the second one from Marina, which will feature an on-water rail segment. The government also says that all feasibility studies and stakeholder engagement have been completed, with construction expected to at least last about 2 to 3 years. We'll see a little bit of the conversation on social media, and then I'll come back to you because, you know, I have a lot of questions. Thinking about it, $3 billion is a lot of money. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay, 3 billion naira is a lot of money. But now we're talking dollars here. That's a lot of money. And I'm thinking, this green line rail will need to finally solve Lagos's traffic problem, because we have, we have what now? The red, blue, and then
we have waterways too.
Waterways. We have coastal.
Coastal.
And then we have this green rail. So I'm looking
forward
to orange
now. So I'm
also looking forward to orange, maybe gray rail. But you know, it's actually good to see. I think it has a tendency of solving our traffic problem if executed properly. But let's see if Nigerians are excited about this, or if they are feeling a little bit skeptical about the idea. For one, I think the fund is a lot. Rectitude says Lagos is always on the go, the only state in Nigeria that has a very intentional leadership.
I agree.
Well done to Governor Sanwo-Olu.
I agree.
Mekula says, isn't it cheaper to develop water transport?
I just mentioned it.
Why can Lagos not develop its waterways? Everywhere in Lagos is connected by water. That's a very good comment. African Beauty says, it seems areas like Ikorodu, Abilegba, Itsi are not in Lagos's agenda for development. Everything is on the island. Interesting.
So I might not totally agree with how it says everything's on the island.
TJ Virus says just $3 billion to link Marina to Lekki. This is the same amount countries in Asia and Europe are using to construct high-speed rails spanning hundreds of kilometers. Do you guys even know what $3 billion is? The world's tallest bridge cost about $300 million. You know, I think for one, the idea of Green Line Rail was fantastic to me, but where I was a little bit, where I raised the brow was just seeing 3 billion, because I was doing the math and I was doing the math and it wasn't really mathing.
So $3 billion That is like 4 or 5 countries, their entire annual budget put together. Some countries like that, some small countries in Africa. So my question now is a good move that the more we connect to some certain parts of Lagos, the better. I mean, Lagos State government, they obviously have, they have it well mapped and they know where they want to be in the next 10 years. They have their trajectory. I get it. But isn't the money rather too much? That's one. Secondly, aren't we so ahead of ourselves?
Are we?
Well, I will tell us. We're not even done celebrating the blue and red line or
How
rail.
much more celebration do you want to do?
But give and take. I want to see a case where we have less people dependent on those yellow buses. The more we do that, the more we begin to see, okay, which means that those red and blue lines are actually adding more value. However, give and take, with more than 15 million people in Lagos State, I understand the need for more transportation systems, more connectivity to ease up business, which is why I mentioned waterways. I'm glad that the other person over there, concurred and agreed. However, having said so, $3 billion. You aware that we have issues of flood in Lagos State? Are you aware that some certain areas that if you put that money in, tell us, truth be told, we would have solved a lot of other problems. Look, someone mentioned waterways there. It makes a lot of sense. Most of the island, or most of the land masses or land cutaways are not far away from each other, just divided by water. So we're thinking, what if we make some, invest some of that money, not even up to half, some of that money.
Some, actually.
In making sure that our waterways transportation system is solid. Which brings it to my next conversation. We just finished the F1 boat race, right? I'm waiting to hear how much was generated from that part. But let me not even go there. It all happened on the water.
Let's not go there,
Let's
please.
not go there. So $3 billion, that's a lot of money. So the question is, or rather, I beg your pardon, attention has been now drawn to the fact that, is this whole money coming from Lagos State alone? If so, wow. Lagos State is generating so much money.
We're paying our taxes.
So we have no business to cry about flood any longer. We have no business to complain that we don't have light.
Why?
Because they're going to spend $3 billion on projected, anticipated third rail.
Any problem?
Yes, there's a problem. The problem is that money can be used to alleviate the problems people are facing in Lekki whenever a small, tiny rain drops. And you realize that the whole of Lekki
you would rather
becomes,
they divert the
clean
that
up the
budget
yes.
for the drainage.
The drainage needs a lot of fixing, needs a lot of
Because
attention.
if we still do roads and we still have drainage issues, it's as good as they being
I like the fact you said if we still do roads. We're not even done with the coastal road.
Exactly.
We are jumping into another rail, another $3 billion.
Real.
My question now is, look, will that rail, apart from conveying people, how much are they going to pay for transportation?
Yeah.
How long will that rail even last? 50 years, 40 years? Can we say that rail also, if at all they will end up building it, can that rail also move cargo to some other countries, like some other Western countries, so that we really see the economic benefits of it? Because if it's just to move human beings from one part of Lagos to another part of Lagos, trust me, it's what we call overkill. You're trying to kill mosquito with a machine gun. What's the essence? So at this point, $3 billion can, if we have such money, can be used in a far more effective way than looking at the third rail, where we're not even done enjoying the benefit of the first and second rail, blue and red.
Do you know why I laughed? I hear your point on the two sides. I think if I hear you correctly, two things is $3 billion for a rail. You think it's too much, and you think it's rather be diverted to cleaning up the drainage and and working on a better drainage system. That's one. I think the second thing you also mentioned is what's the second thing you mentioned?
Waterways.
Waterways,
Can
yes.
we improve
Can
on
we
our
improve on our
waterways?
waterways? And the last one you mentioned is, are we done enjoying it? But that part for me, I'm like, what do you mean enjoying?
Well,
What do you? Is there a time where you ever done enjoying something like, okay,
well,
we're done here? When you say we're done enjoying, it's like,
maybe
okay,
I might have exaggerated.
exactly, because you're never going to be done. What are we using? Yes, but
Are we using?
is there going to ever be a time where it's like, okay, timeline from January to December, then we're like, Nigerians, we are done enjoying this real.
But anyways, truth be told, can we see that $3 billion? We're not talking about 3 billion naira. It is $3 billion. Can it be used and used efficiently? And at the end of the day, will we see the lives of Lagosians?
Well said.
Better?
Well said. Let's move now to our last story and come back or go away to the northeast, where Boko Haram launched a deadly attack on Nigerian troops in Ngamdu, Borno State. The terrorists reportedly used rocket-propelled grenades,
RPGs,
improvised explosive devices, and armed drones in the assault on soldiers of Operation Adinkai. The army confirmed that 4 soldiers were killed and 5 others injured in the clash. The use of armed drones by Boko Haram has raised new concerns about their growing access to advanced weapons technology. And I thought that was a very alarming situation. We are not even done talking about the presence of Boko Haram, the insecurity in the northeast, the insecurity that it seems to be so normalized because of how frequent it is. And now we're talking about armed drones. It looks like every other day it's getting more sophisticated than you could even imagine. But you know what? I would ask you a question, but let's see some of the reactions on social media, because I don't know what this really says about the changing face of terrorism in Nigeria. But just taking a look at some of the reactions from Nigerians. Sammy Damian says, who is giving them all this money to buy a drone? Even the Nigerian military are still learning how to use those. To be honest, those are the questions that I'm thinking they're getting more sophisticated by the day. Prince Ajibade Isaac says, tomorrow these same people will receive presidential and state governors' pardon and reintegrate back into the society with press release from the office of the governor and president. More reactions. Canary says the issue of Boko Haram and northern terrorists is escalating to so much that it can now use a drone. I concluded that the North has disguised itself to form an army funded with looted funds and disguised it as terrorists, and the target is to Islamize Nigeria. That's the interesting
this last
theory.
Yeah,
that's not the last one. Okay. You know, let's just take this last one. At this stage, it will be foolish for anyone to still believe that Boko Haram has anything to do with religion. It is a Western ploy to keep the largest black nation underdeveloped for their own benefit. How about this one?
I was just going to say the last one for this one, right, will raise a lot of concern, but haven't heard this last one. This person hit the nail not only on the head, hit it so hard that it lost the neck. Should be told.
It's bleeding.
One time, I will tell you without even flinching words or, stuttering. I believe that most of what is going on in those areas that we have now termed volatile areas in the north has the fangs and fingers of most, if not some or one, international influence in it 100%. Because obviously those drones cost a lot of money. But apart from the money, to smuggle those drones in, each of those drones actually have serial numbers. And so the question is, who is selling drones to terrorists? Before some selling weapons are sold to you, you must be a republic. You must be a well-recognized nation. You must be identified as a nation that has its sovereignty, has its own currency, has its own geographical layout, such a way that it becomes a geographical map in a continent. Boko Haram they don't have a country. These are bandits. These are terrorists. These are criminals, killers, murderers. But yet they can lay their hands and their fingers on sophisticated weapons like that. In this country, we are still tampering and petting this issue. We don't know this, but our country is at war. Unfortunately, the enemy, right, is hiding in plain sight.
It's within.
And so, because it is within, we need to, as at yesterday, not waste time. Again, I hate to say it, but politicians are not allowing our boys to do their job very well. Because Nigerian army is more than equipped. Nigerian defense is more than equipped. I mean, well organized. There was a time when Nigerian army was the most strongest Africa at one point in time. Ground forces, well trained, discipline, loyalty to the bone. And still they maintain that idea of what? All lives are precious.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we have Boko Haram chewing into Nigeria as cancer. And we are saying, I'm going to wait until it gets to stage 4.
Mm-hmm.
We need to begin to see these things. Those who are using this Boko Haram thing to make money and cash out from this nation, it is time for us to say, look, enough is enough. This has gone on for too long. If it's foreign people who are involved in this thing, we need to begin to come as a country and say, look, you know what? Let's nip them on the board and say, enough is enough. We cannot continue like this. But unfortunately, like they say, even when it is raining and everybody's hiding away from the rain, some people are still benefiting from what? From the rain.
Exactly the point.
Those words, those who have, eyes should be able to see. Those who have ears should hear.
You know what I'm just going to say? The problem is getting sophisticated, more sophisticated than it already is. Terrorism is getting more sophisticated than it should be, and we have it's a ticking time bomb.
It is. It's a keg of gunpowder.
Ticking time bomb.
Unfortunately,
sophisticated. So if this problem is as sophisticated as it is, we can't be having sophisticated problems. We're having sophisticated problems and we need to address it in a very sophisticated manner. But yeah, that's what we'll wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Of course, we started out with the headlines and moving to the front pages of the paper. We went, of course, to see the cartoon of the day on Business Day, and then to Business Week with Business Morning with Destiny Momo, and then the big story with me on the show today, and then social listening. That's where we wrap it up today. It's been quite a packed show, quite interesting, and we hope you enjoyed it. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
morning and thank you for joining us on the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown, and here are today's top business headlines. Big banks incur 442 billion naira in AMCOM expenses amid falling profits. Transcorp reports 91.2 billion naira profit before tax as revenue grows by 38%. Nigeria's new oil terminal poised to boost local production. Low crop yields threatening Nigerians' food security, says Minister. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Nigeria's biggest banks are grappling with rising costs tied to the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria levy, which surged to a record of 442 billion naira in the first half of 2025, even as profits weakened on the mounting funding costs and lower loan growth. Zenith Bank PLC, United Bank for Africa, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, Access Holdings, and First Bank are among those affected. The AMCON levy, designed to fund the resolution of non-performing loans acquired during the 2009 banking crisis, has become a major expense line for lenders, cutting into earnings and reducing shareholders' returns. Data from the bank's financial statement show that the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria related charges rose by over 22% compared to the same period in 2024, reflecting the impact of inflation and higher interest rates. Analysts warn that unless regulatory costs ease, banks may struggle to sustain profitability amid tight liquidity and subdued credit growth. Moving on, Transcorp Power PLC, one of the power subsidiaries of Nigeria's leading listed conglomerate Transitional Corporate PLC, has announced a profit before tax of 91.2 billion naira for the third quarter ended September 30th, 2025, as revenue rose by 38% year-on-year. The unaudited financial results released by the company showed that revenue increased to 308.5 billion naira in 2025, up from 223.5 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2024. The strong performance was attributed to improved average power generation, reflecting Transcorp Power's sustained investment in expanding generational capacity and enhancing operational efficiency. According to the final results signed by Atinuke Kolade, Group Company Secretary of Transcorp Power PLC, the company's gross profit also grew to 119.7 billion naira, compared to 96.5 billion naira recorded in the third quarter of 2024, representing a 24% year-on-year increase with a gross margin of 38.8%. Emmanuel Norum, chairman of Transcorp Power PLC, described the third quarter results as a reflection of the company's resilience and sustained profitability despite economic challenges. In other development, Zenith Bank PLC on Friday, October 10, 2025, made good on its promise as it paid the total interim dividend of 51.3 billion naira to its shareholders for the half year of 2025 at 1.25 naira per share. This payout represents over 60% increase from the 31.4 billion naira paid in the first quarter of 2024, demonstrating the bank's commitment and enhanced capacity to continually generate value for its stakeholders amid a challenging macroeconomic environment. The dividend payment comes on the heels of the bank's audited financial results for the half year ended June 30th, 2025, released to the Nigerian Exchange in September 2025, which showcased a robust financial position and growth trajectory. Commenting on the dividend payment, the Group Managing Director and CEO, Adaora Umeoji, noted that the interim dividend reflects the bank's strong half-year performance and commitment to delivering value to shareholders. She emphasized that the result highlights the institution's resilience and steady execution of the bank's growth strategy. Meanwhile, Nigeria's newest crude oil export terminal, the first to be built in the country in 50 years, is planning an expansion to help boost capacity as local firms grow their role in raising output. The Otakipo onshore facility, capable of storing 750,000 barrels of crude, was built and is operated by Nigerian-based Green Energy International Limited. Expansion work is on the way to quadruple the 3 million barrels. Green Energy is looking to more and double its own crude production to expand its exports, while also working with several producers to ship their crude overseas. Nigeria's Africa's largest crude producer has boosted output by increasing security and implementing reforms to raise investment, while relying increasingly on local producers as big international firms exit some fields. In a new report, Aliyu Abdullahi, Nigeria's Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, has expressed concerns that low crop yield continues to threaten national food security and called for sustained funding policies and laws to boost productivity. Speaking at a public hearing organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Agriculture Production and Services on Monday, Abdullahi said Nigeria must adopt a strategy that prioritizes yield investment improvement over expansion of agricultural institutions if it is to achieve self-sufficiency and ensure food security. The section reviewed 3 bills: a bill for an act to amend the National Agricultural Development Fund Act 2025, a bill for an act to establish the National Farm Settlement Agency to promote agricultural development, ensure food security, and foster economic growth, and a bill for an act to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the National Rice Production, Processing, and Research Institute, Kebbi State. Abdullahi described the proposed legislation as crucial to strengthening agricultural institutions and consolidating government investment. He, however, urged lawmakers to focus on improving productivity through research and innovation rather than creating a new institutions. And away from that story, Nigeria's crude oil production declined to 1.39 million barrels per day in September 2025, marking a second consecutive month of reduced output. This was revealed in the latest monthly oil market report released on Monday by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. This represents a decrease from 1.454 million barrels per day recorded in August 2025. According to the oil cartel, the production figures were obtained through direct communications with Nigerian authorities. OPEC typically sources its crude oil output data from 2 channels: direct communication with members countries and secondary sources such as energy intelligence platforms. The decline comes after Nigeria had showed signs of recovering in June and July, when output edged closer to the group's agreed quota following month of underperformance. Nigeria's renewed shortfall could be attributed to ongoing crude theft, pipeline vandalism, and technical issues at some oil terminals. To end the business news hour, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has expressed the support for the Central Bank of Nigeria's new draft guidelines mandating banks to refund customers for failed automated teller machines transactions within 48 hours. The FCCPC's Director of Corporate Affairs, Onadeji Ijagu, announced that Commission's position on the policy in a statement released on Monday. According to the Commission, the CBN policy followed its consumer complaint data report released in September, which highlighted persistent issues around delayed or unresolved failed transactions. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission Executive Vice Chairman, Mr. Tunji Bello, in a statement described the CBN's proposal as a timely and long-awaited corrections to one of the most common complaints from the bank customers. He noted that even at the draft stage, the policy reflects a stronger alignment between regulatory bodies working to protect consumers and the banks. Before we wrap up the Business News Hour, we are now joined by Ghost Gift Oyedunufu, Business Day Senior Analyst in Abuja, to throw more light into what low crop yields and implications for Nigerian food security means. Thank you, Gift, for joining the Business News Hour. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here as well.
Thank you. So regarding the topic, what would you say are the key factors currently driving the decline in crop yields across Nigeria's major farming regions?
Okay, when we talk about crop yields and of course food security and all that, so a lot of factors come into mind. I was privileged to be in a room full of farmers at the just concluded Nigeria Economic Summit Group. And you hear these farmers speak passionately about the plethora of issues that deal with their production and limit their production capacity. But before I even go into what some of these factors that came up, I would like to even start with the foundation, which is seed. Of course, we all know that if you don't have a good seed, it's very, very impossible or very minimal for you to have a good harvest. So I see seed as one major factor that limits our crop yield. And it's so, this problem has also persisted because the country is still yet to invest in research. And this problem of research does not just cut across agriculture, it cuts across every aspect of the economy, health, education, and all that. So our research capacity is still very low. And that's why we keep relying on other countries for our seeds. And most of these seeds that come in are often substandard and all. You could see a report that I also read today from the Onion Farmers Association, where farmers lost as much as 150 billion naira on poor onion seed. And this is just onion. We've not talked about maize. We've not talked about rice and all that. Yes, we even used to boast of that we have a very high rice production. Rice and maize production. But only recently, we heard farmers from the north are saying that we could run into shortages because of seed. So I see seed as the foundation, and we need to invest in research to get our seeds right, because it's a major determinant, it's a major factor that determines our productivity. So what you plant is what you reap. So we need to start investing in research. So that is an area that is really, really lagging. Then I'll move on to several other issues that were raised. Where do I start from? Insecurity, it's still a major problem in the north. I had a farmer who was speaking so passionately that he has stopped going to his farm because of what? Because of insecurity. He said he's tired of paying bandits ransom. And in as much as the security forces are doing their best, these things happen on a daily basis. A lot of farmers still can't access their farms. If a farmer can't go to his farm, how are we going to have a harvest? How can we even plant, talk more of having production? So that on its own has reduced our capacity, because if farmers can't access their farm, of course, it depletes the amount of production we would have at the end of the day. Then we look at infrastructure. That's another big issue that troubles farmers. So a farmer has had a good harvest. Even the ones that are lucky to get really good harvest can't store. And then you have loss of post-harvest losses. So this is a problem. This is a recurring challenge with the infrastructure. Where are the warehouses? Where are the roads? Even something as basic as roads. Farmers struggle to get their crops out of the farm. And even the ones who are able to, you hear the exorbitant amounts that it takes them to move their goods from one point to the other. and the long distances it takes because of bad roads. And then you have this problem of post-harvest losses. So even when we are able to produce, we lose a lot of this because we don't have storage capacity, we do not have infrastructure. That's another factor. Then we come to climate change. Of course, we're all witness to flooding. We're all witness to dry spells in the north, flooding in the south, and various forms of climate disturbances. And it's really, really impacting on our yield because there are some crops that don't do well in excess water. And if you put a crop in such situation, you don't expect it to do well. There are crops that need lots of water, and then you have droughts, no rainfall. And irrigation is quite expensive, which also brings me to my next factor, access to finance. So at that forum where I attended at the just concluded Economic Summit Group, access to finance echoed around the room because every farmer keeps complaining that they can't access finance. And that is why 80% of our farmers are smallholder farmers. They can't scale up. How can they scale up from small production to large scale? They keep producing in small quantities because they are limited. The Minister of Agriculture was also at that room, and he also alluded to the fact that if we can't lift our smallholder farmers up to large scale, we may continue to struggle. Yes, they are the engine room, they are vital, but they can't remain small. We need to bring them up into the large scale so that they can begin to produce in large scale format. That is the growth that we are all talking about. So access to finance is very, very important. And most of these farmers complain that they can't access loans, they can't access grants. A lot of these grants that are being announced, even by the federal government, they can't access it. So these are even some of the issues. I could even go on and on, but I think
I know you can go on and on because you spoke lengthily on the key factors driving the decline in the crop yield. You spoke so excellently well. So quickly before we move ahead, what steps should the government and individual farmers take to address the problems?
Okay. So I think the answer is turning our challenges to solutions. First and foremost, I think government should make access to finance easier for the smallholder farmers in form of grants, in form of loan. There's this thing government talked about, and they've been talking about this for several years right now. This is the second year I've been hearing where government said they want to have data of farmers. They want to go and take geomapping of farmlands owned by farmers. But this has been dragging. And I think if we can get the number of farmers, if we can have a database, because data is really important. If you don't have data, how can you address the problem? So if we can have data of farmers, we know how to intervene. We know where to intervene. Because even some of these interventions that have been announced, I've heard a former Minister of Agriculture say that these interventions are often diverted by people who claim they are farmers. So they don't get to the real farmers. So I think we should start by addressing data. We should have a database of farmers so that we know, okay, these are small scale. These are the problems these farmers are facing. This is finance. Because not all farmers have the same challenge. If you want to address financing, another farmer, that may not be his problem. His problem could be infrastructure. So we know how to intervene and we know where to intervene. If you're intervening in if you're trying to tackle climate change, for instance, whatever measure you're bringing, whatever measure you bring to the north is not what you bring to the south, but because they all have different climate situations. So we could start by getting our data right. I think that's one very, very key step. And also research. We cannot overemphasize research. Yes, we need funding for research and all. We need funding for, of course, infrastructure and all that. But we can start from the simple things. Research, something as simple as getting your seed right. Yes. You could yield bountifully. There was something a CEO of a popular bank in Nigeria said. He said many farmers always complain of lack of access to finance and all that. But it's something he also said. He said, when a bank sees productivity, they will come to you. Of course, if a bank sees that a farmer is prospering, they would be the one to confidently say, let's give you loan, because they know that they are also investing in the right place. So if a farmer can get good seeds, have good yield, and make good profits, and is able to reinvest, of course, that could also eliminate the problem of access to finance. Yeah. So I think if we could even start with the basic research for improved seeds, and the other point I raised, which is data, I think it's these are low-hanging fruit, I would say.
Thank you, God's Gift, for sharing your perspective on the low crop yield threatening Nigerians' food security. Thank you so much for joining the Business News Hour.
Thank you so much.
And that's all for now on the Business Day Television News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Gloria Brown. Stay tuned for more updates shaping business across Africa and beyond.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria it might sound paradoxical when you say that Nigeria is seeking to avoid conflicts, yet it is conflict prone, and everywhere you look there are some kinds of destabilization, unrest, either in a very subtle way or in an overt way. And this article particularly looks at politics and our attempts to try and avoid conflict and have a rancor-free political atmosphere, but we've not been able to manage that at all. Because the more you refuse to acknowledge the fact that conflict is a very strong part of politics, you will probably be applying the wrong solution to a present problem. Well, because the problem was never really addressed, we are always looking for easy way out. We've identified a problem. We have not correctly found out what is the root cause of the problem. It's one thing for you to know you have malaria. It's another thing for you to find out what type of malaria you have by investigating, going to do blood tests and going through the whole system to identify, okay, we have a problem. Is it unique to us? If it is not unique to us, how have others managed this problem? So essentially, we haven't looked for, in a very rigorous, deliberate way, why we are where we are, and therefore be able to find solution. On the other hand, we've been doing cutting and pasting from other lands, solutions that were not designed for our own political systems. I think that is why the problems have persisted. We haven't dug deep enough to get to the root of it. Again, is the same answer I would give you in the sense that we are more comfortable with quick and easy solutions. Ethnicity can be a plus because we are a diverse group of people, and each group has its own whatever it is that is strong, unique, that group is bringing to the table, rather than look for those things that we are contributing to the union. Our elite leaders are using ethnicity to divide us. The same goes for religion. Religion is a value-based system, and we could easily have looked for the values in all the religions and use those values to build a nation. But we have not done that. Rather, we have weaponized religion and weaponized ethnicity to fight each other in this ongoing war that never seems to end. I think that is why the problems have persisted. Well, if you have thrown everything into winning, it's like the American football, what they call football, the American football, where your goal is to get the ball to the other side at all costs. If you do politics that way, getting a win, it becomes difficult to think of any other thing because you have invested so much energy, so much resources, and you have further divided the polity. Those who are for me and those who are against me are very clear, and therefore so it's a perpetuation of that mentality that politics is war. You know, the opposition is the enemy, and if you are going to remain in power because you know that the opposition does not wish you well, or you think so, just as you didn't wish the old ruler well, it becomes an unending war. You know, everybody is fighting. It goes back to the point I made earlier, which is that conflict in politics is a reality, and we have not reconciled ourselves to that. Because when we reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a political reality, then we will find way to manage conflict, manage opposition, and have a singular focus. And that singular focus is the nation, the nation, the nation, nothing else. How do we get the nation to be better? First of all, is for politicians to agree that we are all rooting for the same cause. How do we develop our nation? And to reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a reality in politics, and be willing to hear unpleasant truths when people are telling us unpleasant truths. The issue of agonism and is a concept that was developed and pushed by Chantal Mouffe, a French political philosopher. And she's saying that, look, treat politics like a game, and don't treat your opponent as a permanent enemy, but as an opponent that you are involved in a game of, call it football, call it tennis, with, and be willing to shake hands and talk like civilized people after the context, and not be permanent enemies. That is the whole concept. And how do we do it? First of all, is by really interrogating this concept by Chantal Mouffe and agreeing that yes, this is something that is worth doing. Let's bury our hatchets. Let's look for how can we use our differences to make the nation great. It's not something that we can jump into and say, yes, let's go and do it. No, it's something for us to say, is she right? Let's sit down and talk about it. Let's examine all the sides. Let's find out how we can work with other groups that don't necessarily see eye to eye with us. There was, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that brought into his cabinet all the people who opposed him, people he ran against. The former Liberian president, the lady, also did something like that, where you bring your opponents into the cabinet and get them to work with you for the development of the nation. Well, I'm not sure whether June 12th was ever reconciled, other than the fact that in 1998-99, the country said, okay, let's move to the southwest and get a president to compensate the Yorubas. I don't know whether that was deep enough a solution. Maybe it was the beginning of finding solutions and agreeing together and say, let's give it to the Igbos. They've been waiting, they've been outside in the cold for a long time. And let's see how they manage the leadership of the nation. Yes, of course, to your question, nothing seemed to have changed. If we look at the years of the last regime under the President Buhari, how everyone accused him, or nearly everyone accused him, of giving all the important position and doing everything in a particular direction that favored not just his political party, but the part of the country that he came from. The same allegations have been levied against the current president. And we should move away from such politics where we seem to be there to satisfy just the need of the part of the country that we came from. Everybody should be working towards the betterment of the nation called Nigeria. Most of what we have done, which is what we did with the presidential system, we went to America and borrowed the presidential system without tweaking it, except in places where it favors some of us, where it makes us more powerful, as we are experiencing, as America themselves are now experiencing. What has happened is that most of the time when we borrow, so going to Switzerland or Sweden or the Scandinavian countries, it's itself not going to solve our problem until we take what they have, look at it, examine it, and say, how can we make this work for us because of our culture, because of our language differences, because of our climate even, So we must domesticate anything we bring in from abroad. If we don't domesticate it, we will always continue to have a schizophrenic attitude to politics and life, where we are neither Scandinavian and we're neither Scandinavian, we're at the same time we're not Africans, because we have concocted a hybrid between what we borrowed and what we truly are, and it doesn't allow us to function well in either space. So yes, we can go across the world. There's a lot. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese borrowed versions of capitalism, but they remain true to their communism. They've been able to prove that it is possible to have two ideologies work together, because they accepted that, yes, we are communist, but there's something good that the capitalists are doing and we like it. And they took it and they modified it and it suited them, and they're up and running. The Japanese did the same thing. They did not let go of their culture, but they took everything they could find from the West, and they made it completely Japanese. So people now go to Japan to learn the same principles that they themselves had learned from the West. So the world is always borrowing and tweaking and adapting and making them work for them. Africans, unfortunately, we basically borrow, and now people say that Africans have what they call pseudo-democracy, or some people call it electoral democracy, where you just basically keep the authoritarian in check, and you go to the polls, give the impression that you are democratic, and then come back and you are back in your natural element. Yes, there's a lot to borrow. There is a lot that we can learn from, but there's a lot of work that we must do with whatever we borrow to make it authentically ours. Simple, one word: independence. Independence in mind and action. Independence in mind and action for the media, so the media does not align itself to a particular leader because that leader happens to come from the north or south or east. Independence for the judiciary. Put the book in front of you and say who is wrong, who is right, and make a very dispassionate decision on that. Independence for INEC, I'd say who won? Independence, the courage to make decisions that benefit the country, not decisions that benefit particular groups of people or those in power at the moment. Independence. Well, yes, it may look as if we are stuck, but voices, we need more voices, like the Yaba School of Thought and with the slogan of "Who is thinking for Nigeria?" We need more people to call attention that nations are built by ideas. Nations are built on ideas. Nations are not built on cut and paste solutions borrowed from other lands that have not been examined or tested. So we need to begin this dialogue. It may look a longer, some people are calling for revolution, do this, do that. Revolutions don't solve problems. Ideas do. We're still talking about Marxism today or liberal ideas because those were ideas that some people put on the table and they were so powerful, not many people have been able to contest them. We can, Africans are very brilliant people, Nigerians particularly, and we can rethink the direction of our nation. We can rethink the direction of our nation. And we have rooms full of past thoughts from conferences, ideas from Vision 2010, and now we're talking about Vision 2050, whatever it's called. We need to now harness all those ideas, past, present, future, and put them together and work out an action plan, and therefore say, yes, this is who we are, this is who we want to be, this is how we are going to go about it. Right now, if I ask you, who is a Nigerian? What is the Nigerian project? What are we about? What are our values? What is the ideology that keeps Nigeria together? What are the sectoral ideology of the various political parties? We have no answer because we've never sat down to consider such basic, very, very deep, necessary ideas that can help us shape our own identity, shape who we are, and chart a direction for the people that we claim we are. I think that's where to start from. We can't make progress until we have fundamentally examined the question of who we are and how do we go about getting to where we think we are going. The Yorubas have a proverb. They said, to get to the market, you must have several ways that get in there. So it cannot be one idea. It has to be a combination of idea. First of all, it starts with a mind shift. A mind shift that politics need not be deadly. A mind shift that conflict in politics is a reality, and we must therefore learn to live with it. A mind shift that the nation is bigger than the sub-nations, and therefore we must put everything we have to make the nation do what nations do for the sub-nations, and make the sub-nations do what the sub-nations do for the success of the grand nation. So it's a combination of ideas, not one idea.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So Nimsi, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. A famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example, you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television. Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Lagos to begin $3 billion Green Line rail construction in December. Abia to launch green shuttle service. European Union, Nigeria seal 320 billion naira credit deal for agricultural boost. Trump to oversee Cambodia-Thai peace deal at ASEAN summit. Cape Verde qualify for first ever FIFA World Cup. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Lagos state government has announced that construction work on the $3 billion Green Line rail project, which will connect Marina to the Lekki corridor, will officially begin in December 2025. This was confirmed by the Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiyemi, in a statement on Monday. Osiyemi described the project as one of the most ambitious transport initiatives in the state history and will be implemented in phases over the period of 2 to 3 years. The first phase, according to him, will run from the Lekki First Tollgate to Ekpe, while the second phase will extend from Marina, including a section that will run partly on water. The commissioner said the government has completed extensive feasibility studies and held several meetings with residents, traditional rulers, and business owners along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor to minimize disruption once construction begins. Moving on, Governor Alex Oti is set to launch electric vehicles into the Abia State public transportation system. Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Njoku Ukoha, revealed that this move will reposition the state at the forefront of sustainable transportation. Ukoha added that the Abia Green Shuttle Service is part of Governor Oti's broader and futuristic vision for a modern and sustainable public transportation system aligned with global best practices climate change and environmental sustainability goals. According to him, the state under Governor Oti has embraced the future over and above premium motor, compressed natural gas. The press secretary added that the state planned to acquire 100 fleets of electric buses to operate in the 3 major cities of Abia, Umuahia, and Ohafia, with terminals at different stages of construction. Still on, the European Union has approved a €190 million credit line to expand lending to farmers and agribusinesses through Nigerian commercial banks and development finance institutions. The facility provided by the European Investment Bank was announced during a bilateral meeting between senior EIB executives and a delegation from the Budget and Economic Planning on the sidelines of the Global Gateway Forum held recently in Brazil, Belgium. A statement issued on Monday by the Minister of Budget and Economic Special Advisor on Media, Bolaji Adeniyi, confirmed the development. Speaking at the session, the IEB's Directors for International Partnership, Tricky, says the initiative underscores the EU's commitment to supporting Nigeria's economic diversification drive, particularly through climate-smart agriculture and value chain development. Also, the International Monetary Fund will unveil its latest World Economic Outlook today, October 14th, 2025, in Washington, D.C. time during a hybrid press briefing at the annual meetings of the World Bank in Washington, USA. The report will present the IMF's updated assessment of global economic development and prospects, providing key insight into the state of the world economic and growth projections for individuals, regions, and countries. The press briefing will feature Pere Oliver, Economic Counselor and Director of the Research Department, Patiakova Brooks, Deputy Director, Research Department, and Dennis Egan, Division Chief, Research Department. Also scheduled for release on the same day is the Global Financial Stability Report, which will be launched at the Washington, D.C. To end the local news, Governor Peter Mbah and all members of his cabinet have officially dumped the People's Democratic Party for the ruling All Progressive Congress. The mass defection, which was confirmed on Monday, comes ahead of Mbah's formal declaration to join the APC on Tuesday. According to reports, Enugu has been known as a stronghold of the PDP for over 2 decades, and the latest move may mark the end of such political era in the state. Governor Mbah's senior media aide, Dan Nwome, announced the developments in a video posted on his social media pages, showing several top government officials, including commissioners, advisors, and aides, openly declaring their allegiance to the APC. Let's go on a quick break now. When we return, we'll bring you the foreign news in details. Do stay with us.
Meet all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's still the BDTV News at noon. Now on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump will oversee a formal peace deal between Cambodia and Thailand on the sidelines of an Association of Southern Asian Nations summit. According to Malaysian Foreign Minister Mohamed Hassan, Trump will visit the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur on October 26 to witness the agreement. The 47th ASEAN Summit is due to take place in Kuala Lumpur from October 26 to 28, bringing together heads of state from 10 Southeast Asian nations and other dialogue partners. Cambodia Prime Minister Ont Manet earlier this year noted Trump for the Nobel Prize for his role in negotiating the deal and in recognition of his historic contributions in advancing world peace. Also, Venezuela has announced that it would close its embassy in Oslo days after opposition leader Maria Corina was awarded the Nobel Prize Peace. The Venezuelan government in a statement did not comment on Monsanto's prize, saying that the closure was part of a restructuring of its foreign services. Norway's foreign minister, however, confirmed that Caracas has closed its embassy in Oslo without providing a reason. The Nobel Committee in Oslo awarded her the prize on Friday in recognition of what is called a tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela, while Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro referred to the 58-year-old as a demonic witch. And now to sports. Cape Verde has become the second smallest nation to reach the World Cup after the Islanders beat Eswatini 3-0 at home. The victory meant the Blue Sharks secured top spot in the qualifying group and they placed at the 2026 finals ahead of the continental heavyweight Cameroon. Dialon Livramento opened the scoring for the host in Paria, turning home a loose ball inside the 6-yard box early in the second half, and Willis Mendo volleyed in the second soon afterwards. Veteran defender Stopira added the third in stoppage time before the full time, while sparked joyous scenes of celebration at the 15,000 capacity National Stadium. To end the news, the Super Eagles of Nigerians will be fighting to keep their 2026 FIFA World Cup dream alive as they face Group C leaders Benin Republic today at the Godswin Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo. The three-time African champions must secure a convincing win over the Cheetahs and hope for a favorable result from Nesperit, while South Africa hosts Rwanda in the group's other decisive feature. A win in Uyo will, however, see Gernot Hard's side, led by the German, who once managed the Super Eagles, qualifying for their first ever World Cup, a historic achievement for the Cheetahs. Since making their appearance in the US in 1994, the Super Eagles have featured at every World Cup except in 2006 and 2022, reaching the round of 16 in 1994, 1998, and 2014. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned for more updates.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
On 8th of October 2025, ICES International Cake Exposition Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with Golden Penny, held its 10th exposition event at the All-Season Plaza with the theme Sensational Wedding Cakes, a peep into the future. The event brought together cake vendors, government officials, and partnering food brands to enjoy the warmth and beauty of the cake industry. The welcome address was given by Segun Alugba, Deputy Director, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, representing the Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment.
My take is very simple. It's first and foremost, the welcome development, and I think it's a platform for MSMEs, particularly in Lagos, because I believe most of them are MSMEs. One of the visions of MCIC, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Investment, is to say that businesses thrive in Lagos and consumer satisfaction. So I believe this program will give our MSMEs a platform to showcase what they are doing and what they can do. First and foremost, the 10th edition, I want to say congratulations to them. It's been a long way over the years for them to be able to sustain the program for the past 10 years. I want to say once again, congratulations to them. But most importantly, it shows resilience. It shows people who are committed. People want to bring their vision to fruition. It shows that they're doing something right for them to be able to sustain it for 10 good years. It has not been easy despite the challenges here and there. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say again, they've contributed to the economy of Nigeria and particularly Lagos State. And I want to tell them that the Lagos State government is ready, most ready to support them. They've contributed to the GDP of Nigeria and by extension Lagos State. And I believe they've created even job opportunities a lot in the state. The Lagos is already contributing a lot, first and foremost to the MSA. Like I said, most of them are MSMEs, small businesses, medium enterprises. Lagos State is doing a lot. It's just that some of them may not be aware. For instance, the LSCTF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund. This fund, Lagos State launched on the 9th of May 2025. It is called LASMECO. That's Lagos's access to finance through cooperatives. It's a 10 billion naira funds for small businesses, MSMEs. You can access it, and you can access as much as 10 million naira per person, which is good. It's just the beginning.
In starting the International Cake Exploration Society in Nigeria, we envisage an organization that will bring together bakers from all walks of life, who will be able to share knowledge, who will be able to network, who will be able to help each other grow in the industry. ICES indeed has come a long way. We have been able to grow individual businesses and as a corporate body. And of course, in the next 5 years, we see us also growing in leaps and bounds, because now we're in the age of technology. So we're hoping to be able to harness technology in improving our businesses, in technology, in helping the cake world and the cake industry with our creativity, with our ideas, and coming up with new dimensions.
The lead marketing manager, Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour Mill of Nigeria PLC, introduced the new all-purpose flour, perfect for bakers per request, and highlighted some of the key nutrients it provides.
It is good for you to know that your flour is also fortified with vitamin A. If you are producing your cake, baking your cake, and other pastries, you should also know that your customers, your consumers, they're not just getting ordinary flour. They're getting a flour that is fortified with vitamin A.
Okay, for one thing, it's a very organized group. And you also see that it's a national body, and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour, in one place. So they are the right people, they are the one using the flour, and they are very organized. And the event they put together, you will see that the content is very good, and they are bringing themselves together to be better. They want to be better bakers, and we as Golden Penny will see that fit, because we also want them to be better bakers, and we partner with them, to give them the kind of baking solutions that they need. And that's why we launched the Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour. It's a perfect flour for cakes and for all their pastry recipes. So it's a perfect fit for us. Organized group who wants to be better bakers, and we are Golden Penny, and we want to partner with them to make them better bakers with the use of our flour.
ICES is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cakes, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
The event continued with a state parade by the 16 states ICES is present. National President Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, laid out steps to support entrepreneurs in Nigeria while encouraging more Nigerians towards the line of entrepreneurship.
I think as this has grown over the years, they've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually waxing stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented. And that shows that they have come to stay. And I must also say that this is what we need in Nigeria. We need to continue to look at how to support entrepreneurs, particularly those in the cake and confectionery. These are creative sectors that can also bring not just money to their pocket, but also create jobs for the country and also give government more revenue. So I feel the best thing we can do as individuals is to continue to look at how we can engage ourselves. Many of these people here today started very small, but they are now big. So it shows that there are so many opportunities in Nigeria. We need not be shouting of no job. We need not be shouting that the condition is not perfect. Let's make the best of the condition we have at the moment. And let's see how we can also become like this or even bigger. And with what I'm also seeing here, it means we have a lot of products that we can also export to the outside world. Africa, Nigeria has a lot of potentials. I'm so happy to be here. I really appreciate the leadership of ISIS for organizing this. And I want to see that our association has pledged to continue to support ISIS in whatever they do going forward.
ISIS unites bakers from all over the world. I don't want to limit it tonight. That's why it's International Cake Exploration Society. Okay, we used to travel before outside once a year for a conference in the United States of America. In November, we're going for another, we call it Birmingham show in Birmingham. That's November. So it's a global thing. Now, talking about it adding to the economy, it creates employment, number one. It builds career for some people, okay? It gives people insight and it broadens people's scope of business. It puts people into business, if I should say that. And ISIS for Nigeria, it brings other companies, our vendors, you know, and it builds companies. You could see Golden Penny, see Valido, see different companies. And while they are here, and get something clear, ISIS is not only for bakers. It's supposed to be for cake exploration. But any other thing that has to do with cake, the milk company, the flour producing company, the spice producing company, all of them, we connect with them. We have a relationship with them. People that are into events, people that are into, outfits, because we make our chef jackets, we make our outfits, we make our, you could see different colors, different states, and we're in about 16 states in Nigeria. So it's a world of economy building.
While the exposition was going on, the event continued with the sugar beavers being taught various baking techniques. The International Cake Exposition Society was an event that highlighted the world of baking, translating thoughts into cakes and showcasing creativity on all sides.
I'm very enthusiastic about the next 5 years. I am very optimistic about the next 5 years. I see expansion beyond Nigeria. I want to see us embrace Africa as a continent, held together by this love for sugar craft, sugar art, and how we can just build on that, create a bond, you know, that crosses borders based on that craft.
Well, how does it aim to support? The Lagos State government is always in support of organizations who are people friendly, who are helping to groom more entrepreneurs, because Lagos State itself is at the forefront of grooming more entrepreneurs, more younger people. And I know that Lagos State government and the state itself has the largest population of entrepreneurs. Even if they move to other states of the federation, I'm sure they would have first started out and grown in Lagos. That's the truth, because the population of Lagos State itself is a unique selling proposition. Lagos State is a trailblazer when it comes to encouraging and supporting small and medium enterprises. And we have millions of such businesses who are also boosting the Lagos economy. So why not? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is one of the governors who are in the forefront of encouraging and grooming more younger people, more entrepreneurs.
I am Amanda Emasigbuwe for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Industry Focus. Yes, and by the way, in case you don't know, you've been tuned to and still tuned to BDTV, where we give you the best at every point in time. When it comes to business, you come to us. When it comes to analysis, you come to us. And when it comes to proper conversations that gives more light to the GDP of Nigeria, you come to us. So, good afternoon and welcome. Yes, this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global. Hence identifying the pros and cons of several industries and its economic business values, plus how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians and Nigerians across the globe, in relative to the rest of the world. You're welcome to Industry Focus. So here we do have 4 segments today, as usual, and I'll be laying it out. Hopefully you will get something good out of this. And if you're willing and thinking about hospitality, this is where you should be for the next 30 minutes. 4 segments coming your way. Our first segment, the first one is on our quote, most definitely on hospitality. And then the second one, where we get our captain's opinion. We have our guest standing by, Alex Sydney. Mr. Alex Sydney, he is a hospitality professional. When it comes to hotels, he's the man to speak to. There we'll be talking about hospitality industry as a catalyst for Africa's growth. And our third segment, deal or no deal, where stakeholders urge policy structure to drive hospitality industry in Nigeria. Our guests will be weighing on that one also. And then fourth segment of the show, we'll look at the retrospect, talking about Africa's hospitality, its historical cultural value since 1980. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. Don't touch that dial. This is Industry Focus on BDTV. Welcome back. Let's jump into this. It says here, that's our quote on hospitality. It goes this way. It says, true hospitality consists of giving the best of yourself to your guests. I take it again. It says, true hospitality consists of giving the best of yourself to your guest. Those are not my words, as usual, but words of Eleanor Roosevelt. You can go check her out and see all the great values that she adds in the hospitality sector. All right, let's jump straight up to our second segment, which is very important so that you don't miss anything at all. Here we talk about the key areas that has to do with our topic that focuses on that which we're talking about. And today, we're diving into hospitality sector and how it affects Nigerians, Africans, and Africa's GDP, and of course, Nigeria's GDP. And if the world will see Africa as the main destination, come what may. So our guest today that will help us analyze this and pour more light to it is someone who you need to wait and find out. So let me read out his bio for you. Mr. Alex Sydney is a seasoned hospitality professional with over 14 years of progressive leadership experience in the hotel operations and management across West Africa, particularly within the global recognition hotel brands and group. Renowned for his operational excellence, strategic insight, and passion for service delivery, Alex has consistently demonstrated the ability to drive performance, enhance guest satisfaction, and achieve sustainable business growth. There's more. His tenure as Director of Rooms and Property has marked him a point where everyone will have to reckon with him by transformative achievements, including 116.61% revenue growth between 2023 and 2024, improved occupation rates, and guest satisfaction scores exceedingly over 90%. Interesting, Alex. A recipient of the Most Admired Room Manager, Division Manager in Africa 2024, great award, we must say. Alex has also earned reputation for cultivating high-performance teams and fostering a culture of excellence. His leadership philosophy is rooted in collaboration, empowerment, and innovation. This and many more. I can go on and on. Mr. Alex, welcome to the show. Are you there?
Thank you so much, Valentine. It's good to have you.
Pleasure is mine. Pleasure is mine. I hope I was able to give a very clear description of who the wonderful person I have in the studio with me via Zoom is.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. So like you know, our show is designed to focus on different segments, but very more importantly, focus on the fact that those sectors and those industries that need touchlighting comes to bear. And on this table right here, we talk about it. And today, we're talking about, like you know, the hospitality sector. And our topic, like you know already, hospitality industry as a catalyst for Africa's growth. How you doing, Mr. Alex, first and foremost?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Thank you so much for having me once again, Valentine. It's good to be on your show. Yes.
Pleasure's ours. Pleasure's ours. Although we wish that your image was a bit brighter than it is right now. Maybe a bit of light could have helped so that we can see you clearly, but it's okay. We can still go with this. If you can put some light on your face a little bit, so we can see you clearly. Because the world is watching you, Alex.
Much better.
All right, fine. It's okay now. If we can manage this, that's great. That's great. Okay, so let's jump into this. The multiplier effect, all right, beyond hotel walls. Because today I want to talk about not just hotels, the food, the business around it. I want to talk about the areas of tourism and, of course, the rooms and everything that makes hotel what it is. But let us start with this first, which is this. Beyond the multiplier effect, right, the rooms and the walls. Tell us, we often think of hospitality as just hotels and restaurants. But as a catalyst, right, its impact ripples across the globe, because people travel from around the world. So let us know very quickly, okay? Do you see it as a major contributor to agriculture, construction, transportation? How does all these areas, right? How does hospitality help all these areas to actually make more sense?
All right. Thank you very much, Valentine. Let me first say a very good afternoon to all your viewers across the globe. I believe at the end of this session, they will have picked a lot of things from our discussion so far. And you have a wonderful show.
Thank you.
Go along with to benefit your viewers across the globe. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for having me once again.
Pleasure's mine.
All right. Let's go straight to the point. Yes, the hotel industry or the hospitality industry is...
Are you there? It appears the network is a bit of an issue, but okay, we have you back again. Go ahead.
All right. So when you look at the multiplying effects of the hotel industry, most of the time, just like you said, people think it's just the hotel, the restaurants, or the casinos, or the bars, because all these are part of the hospitality industry. But the real power of our industry lies in what the economists call the multiplier effect, and that's what we're going to look at.
Okay.
Now, before a single hotel is established in one particular location, of course, you have your architects, you have the construction workers, you will have electricians, you will also have, of course, the bricklayers. You already have a job in place for these people, even before the hotel opens. So these people are local participating teams in the community. And when these people are part of it, they get paid. A lot of lives depend on them. And when the hotel is opened as well, then you bring in your staff, the formal sectors, the informal sectors, and all that. They play particular roles in ensuring that the hotel runs properly. And don't forget, the hotel will be supplied with food, will be supplied with meats, will be supplied with vegetables. And these are local farmers in the community.
Like all the foods we see in our pictures and everything we see when we go to hotels.
Yes. So they all benefit from this. Even the transport operators also benefit from the airport transfers to the logistics and the tour operations.
I want to ask you, when it comes to food, right? What's the basic, you know, what's the focus on food when it comes to hotels, really?
All right, thank you very much. You have your fresh foods, just like your meat, your vegetables, your lettuce, from your farm produce. You have local farmers around. They feed the hotel with their produce. And in turn, the hotel also pays them for their produce. So these farmers also benefit. And at the end of the day, it also adds to the GDP of the country. So they don't necessarily, how would I call it, get paid by the government. They benefit from the hotel.
The hotels.
So these are some of the things local communities benefit when the hotel is being established. And we call it the multiplier effect or the rippling effect. Don't also forget the government also will take their taxes.
Okay.
All
right. I mean, you have it well packed. You must appreciate the fact that you're well loaded when it comes to the information on the, you know, the other areas where hospitality adds and creates business. You just spoke about the benefit of hotels when it comes to food, those who supply food. We saw some pictures of food, food being prepared on TV there, you know, which is good because it helps to create that multipliers effect, like we said. Let's jump into this next one. It says, beyond the safari and beaches, right? Tourism. How does hotel add value to tourism? I mean, we've seen some pictures of tourism also in the past. We've seen places, videos, but do you see hotels as an integral part that adds value to tourism?
Yes. In a long way, yes, of course. Yes. You know, when you say tourism, it's not just the destination as well. It's about accommodation.
Right.
Now you have a tourist visiting a destination. The tourist will need to lodge. If there is no accommodation, there's no way you can have guests or you can have customers patronizing the destination. When I say destination, I mean your places of interests. Those are your castles, those are your art galleries, the sightseeing, the Olumo Rocks.
Like Obudu Ranch in Nigeria and every other ranch or tourist destination in Africa.
Exactly. So accommodation is usually an integral part of tourism. So if you don't have accommodation, how will people lodge? How will your customers lodge? How will tourists lodge? So it plays a major role in ensuring that destination is profitable for local residents. And when you have an accommodation as well, of course, like I said, the rippling effect. You have the local people, the local community benefiting from it. Because without a hotel, they cannot sell their farm produce. Without a hotel, you will not find people running the hotel. And you have what we call the local participation content that we have in there. So these are some of the things we need to look at. So that is how tourism can really benefit from the hotel industry across the globe. Thank you.
Interesting. You know, we cannot complete this show without asking areas that we know that even if you shut your eyes, right, you can always get it right, which has to do with rooms. What would you say is the ideal design for a room, and what kind of effect do you expect your guests to get if they come into a room? What are the things that need to be in place? You know, the ambience. As someone who's a professional hospitality, person, what kind of things should anyone who's a guest expect, and why? How does it help their well-being and all that?
And I think your line went off for a while. Could you please come back again?
Okay, so I was talking about the benefit of the rooms on the well-being of the guest, who in return can obviously be able to think well, do their business well. Why is that part so important to look into? Are you there? I think we've lost. Are you there, Mr. Alex? So I think we lost him for a second. Probably the network or something. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have him back on. You're still right here on BDTV. Don't get a bit twisted for any reason. It is industry focus. And of course, our guest, Mr. Alex, has been giving us all the details surrounding hotels and the benefit it throws into the GDP and the continent as a whole. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. It is still industry focus. Like you know, everything's on real time. So real time it is, and we give you that program that you need right here on BDTV. We're still talking to our guest, Mr. Alex, hospitality professional. Mr. Alex, are you there?
I'm with you.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I was focusing on the benefit of the value the rooms of hotels give guests that will enable them to be well rested so they can face their business and add value to GDP. So why are the rooms quite important? As in, which area, what do you think a basic room should look like that will help the psyche of a guest?
Yes, you see, sorry, one of the things you need to look at, the rooms are very important. Now, various destinations can put their own type of accommodation needed in a particular destination. You cannot have a five-star hotel situated in a destination hidden in a village.
Right.
Most of the five-star, four-star hotels are in the city. So you look at the demand, you look at the market and the demand needed in that destination. Now, in the safari, you need a camp. In a destination like a safari, you need a camp. And when you say a camp, it doesn't necessarily mean a five-star hotel. So the destination will determine the kind of accommodation being needed or the kind of rooms befitting the destination. And that is why I say the tourism and the accommodation aspect of it, they work together hand in hand. They are interwoven, they are intertwined. So whatever tourism you have in a particular destination, whatever sightseeing, the environment, the community, whatever it is that you have there, then it's important the accommodation aspects is worth looking to. Else, you will overcharge. Some of the guests might not even end up coming to that location. That's why it's very important. The rooms are very, very important. The type of rooms and the type of hotel you build in that destination is very, very important.
Okay. We hear you clearly, and I mean, you're adding a lot of value and you're hitting the nail on the head. Let's jump to this next question, very key, and it's focused on the regional integration and competitiveness, right, of several hotels, and at the same time, the kind of value it adds to the GDP. So let's look at this. Looking at the continent's GDP as a whole, growth targets, right? Because we're a business television, and we like to look at the benefit, business benefit it brings to the table. How can African nations move from competing to collaborating? For instance, could a unified visa scheme create a tourism corridor that allows a visitor to experience the markets of Nigeria, the industry of Ghana, the wildlife of Botswana, and the beaches of Kenya in one trip? As someone who is a professional in the hospitality sector, I know you know one or two in tourism. Do you see this thing happening in the future? How could such Pan-African cooperation directly boost the GDP of each participating country?
That's an excellent question and a very important one for Africa's growth story as well. Now, right now, let me tell you this. Many of our nations are actually competing for the same tourists, the same investors, and the same limited global attention.
Right.
But let me tell you this, Valentine. The truth is, Africa's strength lies in the diversity. And if we connect our strengths and instead, we collaborate instead of competing, then we can't have a win-win situation. Collaboration is very important and not competing against each other. Now, let me give an example. let's say, a unified visa scheme, which could be called the tourism corridor, like what we see with the Schengen ecosystem. You know about the Schengen visas, where
Of course.
you can hop from one European country
Most definitely.
To the other. This could be very transformative. You understand what I'm saying? So imagine a traveler flying into Lagos for business, now then visiting Ghana for culture and maybe, let's say, history. Botswana have a lot of wildlife, you know that. And Kenya also for its beaches. Now you have a traveler moving from this destination to this destination, all under one simplified visa.
Of course. And we see those travelers on TV,
So
we see them on, with their bags at airports and everything.
Exactly. So that single decision would instantly multiply travel volume, because I don't need to seek another visa from one country to the other. It's a seamless situation. And that impact on GDP will be significant, because tourism is an economic chain, you know that. More travelers mean more flights, more hotel nights, and more local products sold. And that's how to be GDP of a country. Because more taxes will be generated at home.
Right.
Because when you have the volumes.
All right, Mr. Alex. I mean, we hear you clearly, and we appreciate the words that you're using that give anyone out there who is thinking about tourism, right, the right idea and the time to jump in. Very quickly, let's jump to our next segment, which is deal or no deal, right? I'm sure you heard about the stakeholders in hospitality industry, right? They've called for a more structured and improved system that will attract foreign investment, create jobs, and strengthen the country's economic value chain. Do you see this as a deal for Nigeria and Africa as a whole, or do you think that they are just wasting time? A deal or no deal?
Well, that's a very good one. I'm glad you brought this up.
Right.
So I mean, it's a deal. You see, one thing we must look at is there must be proper structure in place if we really need to harness our hospitality industry. Now, a lot of people actually see the hospitality industry as a stepping stone. Now, you don't get the right personnel to run the hotel. It's not just the hotel, the restaurants, the casinos, the bar. They are not people culture. When I say people culture, I'm in for money and get out of the industry. So we lack some of these things, training as well. So we need people to come on board to ensure the right structures are put in place. Just like you said, the convener, Mr. Jonathan Hansen, in fact, I really listened to him a lot when he was giving his speech, and he really made a point. The hospitality industry should be seen as what I want to do.
Right.
It's passion. It is not just I want to make money and leave. But when the proper training, the proper structure is put in place, that is why some brands will tell you, take care of your staff, and they will take care of your guests.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
How do you take care of your staff? Better salary, better healthcare, better insurance, better incentives. When your staff are happy, your guests are happy.
When your staffs are happy, your guests are happy. Mr. Alex, I know you have a lot to say, and we cannot exhaust everything in this show. We'll probably do a part 2 in the future, because I tell you, you have said it, and I must say, whoever it is out there who is hoping and wishing to get into the hospitality sector has learned one or two. Mr. Alex, I want to thank you because of time. We do have other things coming up, but I tell you, we'll call upon you again, and when we do, hope you will answer us again.
I'm with you. I'm with you, 100%.
All right, fantastic. Up next, we do have something called retrospect, and it goes this way, because we like to look at everything in total. Now, retrospect on Nigerian real estate industry so far. It says here, in retrospect, African hospitality has historically been a core cultural value, while Nigeria's modern hospitality industry is a significant economic driver, facing challenges like infrastructure and regulatory hurdles, despite a decline in recent development pipelines, and of course the industry sector potential for growth through government initiatives, local tourism development, and strategic partnership, which could help overcome issues within institutional hindrances. In other words, with everything the hospitality sector is going through, there's still room for change. Do you agree, Mr. Alex? Are you
I
there?
do agree with you. I do agree.
Okay, so on this note, I want to thank you 100% for being with us, Mr. Alex. We cannot thank you enough. Our guests, our listeners are also there, and viewers saying a big thank you. I see their messages as they send messages, and we are thanking you also. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex, for being with us. Hopefully we'll do again another part 2 of this sometime in the future. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been wonderful having you guys watch us right here. We are BDTV, and like they say, when it comes to business and you want your business to strive, you should start your day with Business Day. And this has been wonderful with you guys watching us, most definitely on Industry Focus. Until next week Saturday, or better still, next week Tuesday, I will be, and I am still on Yeka Valentine. Keep watching BDTV. Bye-bye for now.
Hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical.
In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI first of all has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message: Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We can't pay for Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Give your undivided attention to the disease that comes without any symptoms. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosibue. In 2018, the World Health Organization estimated that about 31% of Nigerian adults were living with hypertension. More recent studies suggest that over 1 in 3 adults today suffer from hypertension. Clearly, hypertension is a growing public health concern in Nigeria. Digging with me into this silent but deadly illness, looking at the preventive and managerial ways for hypertension, is a medical professional, Dr. Habib Moshood. Welcome, Dr. Habib.
Nice to have you here.
It's nice to have you here. So let's get into the heart of the matter now.
Okay.
Starting with the basics, in simple terms, what is hypertension?
So, simply put, is elevated blood pressure. However, you don't just check once and then you determine that, oh, this person is hypertensive, right? It's sustained elevated blood pressure that you check over a period of time. So you check at separate occasions, once or twice. So you don't just see a patient once or anybody once and you check their blood pressure and just tell them that, oh, you are hypertensive.
Okay, thank you. From your point of view, how common is hypertension and at what age is it really?
So, yeah, I mean, during your introduction, you rightly said that we are one of the hypertension capitals of the world. Fortunately, it's commoner in black race, right? And then secondly, you see it most often in people that are above the age of 40. However, there are cases of people that are below 40 years of age that are also coming down with hypertension. It's very good that we make that very known to the public. But it's commoner in people that are above the age of 40, and over 31% of the people in the country have hypertension.
So you said it's more common in the black race. Is there a particular reason why it's more common in black race?
So genetics is one of them,
okay,
right? And there are many other factors actually, but majorly genetics will be one of them.
Okay, so everybody says hypertension is a silent killer, but personally I believe that there must be 1 or 2 signs.
Yeah, it's a silent killer because, I mean, from our own experience, you go to public outreaches that we do where we check people's blood pressure and you see someone walking and you check their blood pressure, you are seeing 200, 180, right? It's not like malaria. If you have malaria, you definitely be having fever, you'll be tired, can be vomiting. So hypertension doesn't really present like that. But there are some signs that you would see. One of them is you get tired easily. You walk certain distances from here to the front door, and then you discover that you're finding it difficult to breathe, right? You're having chest pain. So those chest pains should not be overlooked. So these are some of the signs that you would see to know that, oh, there's something ongoing, you understand? And it's very good that we check our blood pressure regularly to pick this. So it's a silent killer because complications can come in before you actually even know that this person has been hypertensive for a very long time and we have not been able to pick it up. But if you have to look for silent things or signs that you will see, one of them most importantly is you walk the stairs and you're just panting, you're finding it difficult to breathe, your chest is paining you, your legs are swollen. So those are some of the things that you can see that you will know that, oh, something is definitely ongoing in the heart.
Okay, so you mentioned it's very easy for people to misdiagnose. Like I could
Yeah,
just I could
definitely.
be having chest pain and I'm like, it's fatigue.
Yeah.
I like so long. Maybe I've been standing for so long. So apart from like these things, is there really any significant thing that you can hold on to and be like, okay, this is
Yes, so the most significant is to check your blood pressure, right? That's the most significant. But however, the others that I've mentioned are things that you would see. You wake up at night, you suddenly find it difficult to breathe. You understand? Those are some of the things you would see, right? But the most significant is checking your blood pressure and noticing that it is above the upper limit.
So as a chronic disease, is there a cure?
So I mean, from the name, chronic disease.
Yes.
So there's no cure, right? It's something that we manage over time, right? So there are lifestyle modifications that you need to adhere to. There are medications that we are going to give you too, right? Ensure that these medications are prescribed by healthcare professionals, and if you have to change them, right, you have to also consult your doctor. So the fact that one person is hypertensive does not mean the same drug we are giving the person can be given to the same drug we are giving to patient A might not be applicable to patient B. So you do not look at what other people are taking.
Well, why
and
do
decide
the drugs differ?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So people have underlying conditions that they are dealing with. They have different category that they belong to. There is the kind of drug I will give a pregnant woman that has elevated blood pressure that I will not give someone that is not pregnant. So when we say people differ, that's what we mean.
So from my little knowledge of medicine, every disease has a genetic factor. That's every disease, right?
Yeah.
So apart from like the genetic factor of hypertension, what other factors?
So there are what we call modifiable and non-modifiable factors. So modifiable factors are basically factors that are within your control. Do you understand? So modifiable factors, I mean, if you are drinking alcohol, you smoke, that's modifiable. It's within your control. You can definitely stop it, right? So your diet is within your control. So it's something you can really work on. So those are example of modifiable factors. Non-modifiable, race is one of them. You're a black person. There's nothing you can do. Even if you bleach your skin, you're still black. It doesn't change anything. Family history. Unfortunately, they are first degree relative, father, mother, they have history of hypertension. So you really can't do anything about that. You understand? So those are examples of non-modifiable factors. So beyond genetics, I'm able to mention some other factors that we look at.
Diet, lifestyle change.
Yeah.
So is I don't know if it's just me, but growing up, people used to say salt. Check your salt. Let's talk about that salt thing. How true is it?
It's very important. You understand? So as part of the dietary restrictions is to look at your salt intake. So to give you an understanding of it, like where salt goes, water follows. And what happened in hypertension is that the heart is doing a lot of work to pump blood around the entire body. So that increases our blood pressure. So if there's a lot of salt intake in the body, right, there's a lot of fluids coming into the heart. So the heart is doing more work to pump blood around the entire body. So that's what happens. That's why we usually advise them to reduce salt intake as much as possible. Okay. It's not just salt anyway. There are other things you definitely reduce.
Like?
Okay, so to explain them, so the cardiovascular system or the heart among other systems that works to make up the cardiovascular system, compare it to a pumping machine that's pumping water around the entire body. So there's the work the pumping machine has to do, but there's the work of the pipes. So sometimes if there's anything clogging the pipes, you notice that water will not be getting to places that water should get to, or the pressure in the pipes definitely go up, which is what you see in hypertension. So salt, you can liken the effect of salt to maybe the heart or whatever, right? Let's talk about the pipes too, the vessels that take blood out of our body. So that's why dietary restriction come in. If you eat fatty food a lot, you take a lot of junks, they can cause fat deposits, right, to block these vessels. And when they block these vessels, there's a lot of pressure that the heart and those vessels have to do to move blood around the entire body. So your blood pressure goes up again. We have seen people that they've been able to manage their hypertension very well following just dietary restrictions. You understand that they don't have to use a lot of medications at all. So it's very important that we take note of this.
Okay, so I've been speaking about hypertension. What is the normal blood pressure.
Exactly. So yeah. Also, it's a range. It's not a static figure.
Okay.
Right? If your blood pressure is between 100 to 120, I'd say normal. If it's 120 to 130, you know, blood pressure is, there's a figure above, there's one below. So the one above, which is the systolic, right? We would like to have something between 100 to 120, that's fine. Okay. Then the one below, say 60 to 80, that's fine. You understand? Then if you have between 120 to 130, in this part of the world, we'll just say it is elevated if you're not having hypertension yet. But however, if you're having anything above 140, right, and we're having anything above 80 to 90, then you can start classifying into stage 1 hypertension and different other grades that we have for it. I wouldn't want to bore us with that. But most important is that when you check your blood pressure at any point in time and you're getting any figure above 130, you should be concerned.
Okay, these readings that you've given, though, is it gender-based?
Not exactly.
It's general.
You understand? So, not exactly.
So, for someone with a genetic factor where we are seeing hereditary,
so there's family history.
What is the possibility? Is it 100%? Like, is it 100% that
you must have it?
You must have it.
No. It's
and
not.
then, if it's not 100%, what are the steps that you can take to prevent or reduce?
Yeah, the same step every other person would take to prevent coming down with hypertension. You should also take it. However, you should just take note of the fact that there is a family history of it. So you probably do more work, right, than others. More work means check your blood pressure regularly. So it's like I said, the genetic factor does not 100% mean you would have it. Let's establish that. So what are the things you're supposed to do to prevent? I'll start with dietary restrictions again, right? Reduce your salt intake. Don't take alcohol, right? Do not smoke. Physical activity too. You notice some people don't drink alcohol, they don't smoke, but they still come down with hypertension. So these days, a lot of people are doing remote work. So they probably just stay sitting in front of their laptops and sit all day without, moving about. It is recommended that you have physical activity up to 150 minutes a week. Something, it doesn't necessarily have to be intense. You don't have to go to the gym and start lifting weights all the time. So even if you can just do brisk walk, which is usually recommended, do brisk walk 150 minutes a week. There are 7 days a week. Just divide it. You can want to be doing 20 minutes per day or 30 minutes per day of brisk walking from one place to another. That's fine. Most people mistake brisk walking for jumping bus in the morning, like moving from one place. That is strenuous. Okay. Right? Brisk walking is you're intentional about moving from one place to another.
Jumping bus, you're intentional.
I mean, it's attached to your daily routine.
Yeah.
You understand? So your body has adjusted to it. So it's no longer exercise. It is just stressful. So it has to be something that, it's exercise-like. So that's what we can count as exercise.
Earlier on, when I was reading statistics, it said that hypertension is a national issue.
Yeah.
So what should government do? What should health agencies do now?
Yeah, there are many things government can do. First one is, let's look at the preventive medicine aspect of this. So if people do not have access to healthcare services, there's no way they can pick that they are hypertensive, right? So our government should invest more in refurbishing or making primary healthcare services available to everyone. You understand? So I don't have to go to bigger hospitals whenever I feel anything wrong with my chest.
That's true.
So I should be able to go to an hospital that can just check my blood pressure and give me the reading and see a doctor almost immediately. Then they should also invest, we should do more mass education, right? We need people to, if we don't give people right information, they will definitely get the wrong ones. You understand? Then they are doing significant work in reducing tobacco consumption in this part of the world. So we can do better, right? Then alcohol intake. Then these days we should invest more in making our neighborhood safer for people to be able to walk there, jog. So if I'm concerned that if I have to do brisk walking by 6:30 a.m., What if somebody collects my phone or somebody, attacks me on the road? I would definitely not want to do that. So when we discourage people from doing that, it's at the end of the day, there's a public health crisis that can be likened to. Then our nutrition too, what we consume, very importantly. So government needs to have agencies that monitor them and ensure that we eat the right things that do not make us come down with diseases at the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Habib. Before we take our last questions, we have spoken about hypertension. We have spoken about the risk factors involved. Let's take a quick break before our final question.
All right.
Perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness, and we're talking about hypertension, the silent killer, with our guest, Dr. Habib Morshed. So our final questions is subgroups.
Okay.
But firstly, tell us one misconception about hypertension.
Yeah. So the one popular misconception is that people think taking certain herbal concoction or herbal medication would help
Preach
it.
on that.
So they stop using their drugs, and then they just said, you know what, I will just keep using my sister gave me this, my grandma gave me this, and all that. Well, I wouldn't say I'm 100% against it, right? What I would just advise people to do is what is tested and trusted over time is adhering to lifestyle modification and using your drugs, most importantly. Second misconception people have about hypertension is that, it's like a death sentence. Once you have it, you're going to die and all that. So, there are people that have lived with this disease 60, 40, 50 years. Most important thing is that they are very regular with their clinic appointments. They adhere to, the various lifestyle modifications, and they use their drugs as at when necessary. Then some other people start using their drugs. Then they check their blood pressure. Oh, my blood pressure is fine, so I stopped using the drug. You shouldn't stop using any medication unless you consult a doctor. Likewise, you shouldn't use any antihypertensive unless a doctor prescribes it. So that your blood pressure is fine today, tomorrow, it's the effect of the drug you are using that is making you get that value. So when you stop using that drug, you go back to...
Comes back.
Yeah, so it's very important that before you stop using your medication at all, if you have any side effect from it, consult your doctor. If you want to stop using your drugs, ensure you consult your doctor too.
So earlier you said something about agbo and herbal drinks, and do they clash in this? I really want to know, do they clash in this system when you use, is there a confusion? Is your body confused?
No, our body is not confused actually. So people that take herbal concoction make a mistake to think that they are not chemicals, right? But there is a chemical in everything. You understand? There's chemical in the drug we use, even the herbal concoctions too. So the drugs we use, they've gone through series of trials. You understand? They've checked, they've quantified all those chemicals and ensure that they're in right proportion. And researches are even ongoing on these drugs almost every day. So if there's any side effect, it is made known. But that level of intense research is not being done on most of the herbal concoctions that we take. So one person can mix their own herbal concoction with water, another person can mix with alcohol. So you're not, there's no quantification of what to use. So that's why we are against it. We're not against it because it is natural and we are dealing with man-made. Everything has chemical in it, but because the chemical in herbal concoctions are not quantified. Secondly, too, you can think that it is lowering your blood pressure, but it's causing more problems to your liver, to your kidneys. So, I mean, these are things that you would not take note of, and you keep using the herbal concoction. So it doesn't confuse our system, in all honesty.
Yes.
It just probably causes more harm than good. Yeah.
Okay, so finally, nice questions. What's one word for hypertensive patients?
Well, they are the strongest, right? I mean, it's not easy adhering to a particular regimen. Like, you have to use these drugs, you have to do this, you have to do that. I like to call them, when I see them in the clinic, like, I mean, you guys are really the strongest, you understand? So it's what I'll just make them know that, like I said earlier, it's not a death sentence. It's something that they can, live with and manage well. So provided they just ensure that what they are not supposed to do, they stay away from them, and what they are meant to do, they do it well.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Habib Moshe. This is such an amazing conversation. So just to add, yes, hypertension is often silent and deadly, but early detection saves life. It is not a death sentence. You can manage it. And if you've been diagnosed, remember, you are not alone. With the right care and lifestyle changes, hypertension is definitely not your death sentence. That's it on Health Matters today. I am Amanda Emosigwe saying, check that blood pressure today. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show we have a special guest. My guests are always special, obviously, but then again we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. It's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. It's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up on in business, and the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually makes you something for our audience to take in, and you coming from the style that you just representing your brand and all that, and which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. All those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMBCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background to styling celebrities? What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get. Growing up, my siblings, they always ask me to suggest styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me, "Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And my opinions are valid. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing, collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So at a point, I became a very fashionable person in my faculty, you get, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Ambersali University, Ekpoma. So in Ekpoma, if people that know Ekpoma, they know how people dress there. There's always jeans,
people are here.
jeans, polo, they are sagging. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I paired with the waistcoat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, like different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how it actually came up. And I started collaborating with like some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from what they've been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it's one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys like met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This, like, the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for like 2 years. He's been there for like 10. So, but yeah.
So in your view, why is the fashion industry, let's talk about the industry of fashion right now. Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa, from Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about like the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. You know, we are at the event, we are at the African creative markets, you know, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how, and the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. You know, a lot of fashion designers came out through that brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, Nigerians are very great. Like, we have richness in our culture. And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashioke, tie and dye, and the rest, you know, these are fabrics that, you know, they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now every designer has they've created a niche for themselves, and they've seen the market. So they want to use this same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayo, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, to our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to look at Ogomoye. Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And, you know, Africa is just so, they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. Everybody needs to say it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their, it's like the big countries that accept fashion. You know, when we take our things out there, they're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, you know, the big artists to explore, you know, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I think is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor or like workforce, right? In terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss, like, when you talk about fashion styling, you're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? You know, what is it like about Benny Styling?
For Benny Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the beginning of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before, like, even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. You know, for stylists in Lagos, it's now, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling, do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And you know, I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're gonna get full use of it, and they're gonna make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'll be like, oh, what's this one doing? Do you get? It wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started like maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why you can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference. So it's very
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. That's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling, groom styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, you know. And aside that, we do style curation for fashion brands. So it's not just, we're not selfish with what we give out. We give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion shows too. And that's
God, from my lips to you. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who, she's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But and I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you wear and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then this brings me to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know you are the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. You understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to create that mood board you've put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers who do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's going to be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for you to now, for them to execute, because that's their niche already. That's what they do already. Do you understand? You just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute. Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job, you're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work. We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand? So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently.
Okay.
Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. You understand? There's some things you can't take to them because that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now, the entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A whole lot of work.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the AMVCA carpets. So tell us the ones what's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person, and what was the process like? Trying to match that person's outfits to who this person is, a person's persona. So
I love all my pieces, right? Because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand? So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time I let them tell me what they want. And I look for ways to modify it. Do you understand? So for my AMVCA this year, my clients, I think I styled two of the hosts. Awa Magaji who was the official red carpet host for Amstel Mata, and Rhea Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. They had communicated to me what they want just gave me a brief, like told me, oh Benny, I want to look this way, I want to look that way. So I went to do my own work. Okay, but for Ria, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. Do you understand? So it was a way of, I needed to know what will work for Ria, which is a personal style, and know what is convenient for African Magic for the red carpet. Do you get? So it was quite fun. It wasn't for a stylist, you know, when you have your team, the work is not only on you. You know, the body may get increased by whichever joint supplies. So when you have other people in your team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they're actually the real ones, and they make it work. Make it work.
So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists go. Likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think it's often with what's it called, with the fashion design and fashion
yes, it is.
But I'll say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. There are a lot of articles and books to read from, will teach you everything you need to know literally. And again, you just have to put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. Just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time, you get there.
That might sound informal for people those want to go into, but I think for those that want to, there's some people that want to try harder, they want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for there to be an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it. The fact that they are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I don't think that's something you're talking about.
Some stylists are already doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke master class. So they already, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I'd say I'm registered for the class, these classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. Most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. So ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so XYZ and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? Is something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the It's one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot of with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. You know, there are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played like a very, very vital role in those aspects, you know, virtual consultations, fitting sections and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of designers now using AI to do like their sketches and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's still gonna take some people off the market, but it's doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're going to, are you something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling. I do bridal styling.
Let's talk more about it. Let's
bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. You know, most people tell you celebrity styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still, it's still you know, bridal styling just does the work. You know, it's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to, you know, when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the goats fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides actually. Start a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into the business of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what are the things they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up for me about what they are about to and going into, because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the events, that trying to put this on the clients and put that up. It's beyond that. It's a whole lot of work. You understand? You must understand a lot of things. You must understand colors, color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, you know, I have a lot of clients that, you know, they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this cotton, because, you know, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand? You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with difference. So I mean, just do you basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. I mean, do the actual work. So.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on BDTV, you know, on our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and, you know, everything that interests you. We have Benny on. Benny, say something to the camera. Let's see.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, OPEC forecasts gasoline-led rise in 2026 oil demand. FCCPC backs CBN's 48-hour bank refund guideline to customers. And NGX opens week with 465 billion naira gain on insurance and industrial rally. And Nigeria's crude output drops to 1.39 MBpd in September. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has maintained its global oil demand and supply forecast for 2025, according to its monthly oil market report released on Monday. And while keeping its overall projections unchanged, the group highlighted jet fuel as a key driver of oil demand growth in 2025, while gasoline is expected to lead consumption expansion in 2026. According to the report, OPEC expects global oil demand to rise by 1.29 million barrels per day to reach 105.14 million barrels per day in 2025, and by another 1.38 million barrels per day to 106.52 million barrels per day in 2026. On the supply side, OPEC retained its forecast for non-OPEC plus output growth at 110,000 barrels per day in 2025 and 630,000 barrels per day in 2026, led by the US, Brazil, Canada, and Argentina. And I'm moving on. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has commenced the Central Bank of Nigeria for proposing new guidelines that will require banks to refund customers for failed automated teller machines ATM transactions within 48 hours. The Executive Vice Chairman, Tunji Bello, described the CBN's proposal as a timely correction to a persistent consumer challenge. Bello added the timely adoption of the policy would enhance accountability in the banking sector and rebuild trust in financial services. The FCCPC said it would partner with the CBN to monitor compliance and ensure consumers receive timely redress, adding that closer regulatory collaboration will strengthen public confidence in Nigeria's digital financial system. And also the Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, began the week on a bullish note, adding 465 billion naira in market capitalization on Monday as investors showed renewed interest in insurance and industrial stocks. At the close of trading, market capitalization rose to 93.8 trillion naira from 93.35 trillion naira recorded on Friday, while the all-share index gained 726.17 points, which is about 0.5%, to settle at 147,717.21 points. And a Sovereign Trust Insurance led the gainers with a 9.97%, followed by Transcorp Power, 8.92%, and Consolidated Hallmark Holdings, 7.14%. On the flip side, Regency Alliance Insurance declined 17.58%, while Triple G, Enco, Wema Bank, and Living Trust Mortgage Bank also closed lower. Trading activity improved significantly with 624.58 million shares worth 13.47 billion naira exchanged in 31,531 deals, and analysts linked the uptick to renewed investor confidence and strong third quarter earnings expectations. Up ahead, Nigeria's crude output drops to 1.39 MBpd in September. We'll bring you details after this time out. Stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching Business Day television news update. And Nigeria's crude oil production fell to 1.39 million barrels per day in September 2025, marking the second straight month of decline and the lowest output in 7 months, according to the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. OPEC's latest monthly oil market report released on Monday showed that production dropped from 1.434 million barrels per day in August, falling below Nigeria's OPEC quota of 1.5 million barrels per day. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, confirmed the decline, reporting a total output of 1.581 million barrels per day in September, consisting of 1.39 million barrels per day of crude oil. The Commission attributed the slump to disruptions caused by a 3-day strike by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASSAN, during its dispute with the Dangote refinery. And meanwhile, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, ECO, has intervened in ongoing scarcity of cooking gas, warning marketers against hoarding and exploitation as prices remain high across the country. And retailers have complained of wide price disparities between the Dangote refinery official rate of 715,000 naira per metric ton and the 18.4 million naira and 18.5 million naira per 20,000 tons charged by off-takers. ECO attributed a sharp rise to recent disruptions caused by the PENGASSAN strike, but assured that normal supply will resume next week. And meanwhile, the liquefied petroleum gas retailers chairman Ayobami Olarinuye urged the government to resolve the issues and encourage NLNG's full participation to reduce dependence on a single producer. And away from that story, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has announced plans to investigate the death of 38 electricity workers recorded in the second quarter of 2025 all of which occurred within electricity distribution companies, DISCOs. And according to the next latest second quarter 2025 report, the safety performance in the power sector deteriorated sharply compared to the first quarter, with accidents rising to 60 fatalities to 38 and to 19. And I expressed concern over the trend, noting that DISCOs have consistently accounted for nearly all sector-related casualties over the past year. The Commission says it is intensifying efforts to improve safety culture through monitoring, accident reduction strategies, and meetings with industry operators. And Transcorp Power PLC, a subsidiary of Transnational Corporation PLC, has reported a 91.2 billion naira profit before tax for the period ended September 30, 2025, according to its own audited third quarter financial results. The company's revenue rose 38% year-on-year to 308.5 billion naira in the third quarter of 2025, up from 223.5 billion naira in the same period of 2024, driven by increased power generation and ongoing investments in operational efficiency. Chairman Emmanuel Norom said the performance reflected the firm's resilience and prudent management despite economic challenges. And Managing Director CEO Peter Ikenga noted that the company remained focused on efficiency, value creation, and ending the year with robust performance. And President Bola Tinubu has written to the Nigerian Senate to confirm Professor George Amukbiton as new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and President Tinubu's letter of request on Tuesday during plenary alongside other communications to the Senate. And according to the letter, the request is in line with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution. Former INEC chair, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, stepped down last week after a tenure from 2015 to 2025, paving the way for President Tinubu to appoint a new chairman. Still to come, Mali to impose $10,000 visa bonds on U.S. nationals.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice? Or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Mali has announced it will require U.S. nationals to post bonds of up to $10,000 for business and tourist visas. The move follows a U.S. decision to include Mali in its visa bond pilot program, which requires similar payments from certain countries with high rates of overstaying. According to the U.S. Embassy in Bamako, the bond will be refundable if travelers leave the United States in line with their visa terms. In response, Mali's foreign ministry says it deplores the unilateral decision by Washington, describing it as a violation of a previous bilateral visa agreement. And the government says that in the spirit of reciprocity, it will impose identical visa conditions on U.S. citizens. U.S. State Department data shows that fewer than 3,000 non-immigrant visas are issued to Malians each year. Figures for visas granted to Americans were not immediately available. And the Trump administration introduced a visa bond policy as part of efforts to curb illegal immigration, a stand that has also affected countries like Zambia and Malawi, where visa bonds can reach $15,000. And Kenya's parliament has passed on a new bill to regulate digital assets and cryptocurrencies, aiming to attract investment and provide clarity for the fast-growing sector. The Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill was approved last week, according to Korea Kimani, chair of the National Assembly's Finance Committee. The legislation now awaits President William Ruto's signature to become law. The new framework designates the Central Bank of Kenya as the licensing authority for stablecoins and other virtual assets, while the Capital Markets Authority will oversee crypto exchanges and trading platforms. Kimani said the law positions Kenya to join South Africa as one of the few African nations with formal regulations for the digital asset industry. He added that the move could attract major players like Binance and CoinCase, who have previously expressed interest in the Kenyan market. The bill also aligns Kenya with global efforts to prevent misuse of digital currencies, borrowing regulatory practices from the United States and Britain. And moving on to the foreign scene, a global banking giant, JP Chase, has announced plans to invest up to $10 billion in U.S. companies critical to national security and economic resilience. The move is part of a broader $1.5 trillion 10-year initiative aimed at supporting industries vital to America's growth, including defense, energy, and manufacturing. JP Morgan says the funds will be deployed through direct equity and venture capital investments. Speaking to journalists, CEO Jamie Dimon stressed that the program is 100% commercial, not politically motivated, despite questions about the role of the Trump administration, which has pushed to strengthen U.S. supply chains in sectors such as semiconductors, clean energy, and pharmaceuticals. The announcement comes on renewed trade tensions with China after Washington raised tariffs following Beijing's decision to tighten rare earth export controls, and Trump has since suggested he hopes the dispute will be short-lived. And also a Ukrainian delegation led by Prime Minister Yulia Rudenko is set to visit Washington for high-level talks on strengthening Ukraine's defense and energy resilience. President Vladimir Zelensky, Chief of Staff Andriy Yermak, announced the visit on Monday, saying discussions will also focus on tougher sanctions against Russia and measures Kyiv believes are key to pushing Moscow toward negotiations. And writing on X, Yermak reaffirmed that Ukraine's ultimate goal remains a just and lasting peace. And the visit comes as Russian forces intensify attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure and advance on multiple fronts. And also joining the delegation is National Security and Defense Council Secretary Rustem Umerov. And up next is sports news. And after this break, stay with us.
At Stanbic Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
You're welcome back, and now to sports news. The race to the 2026 FIFA World Cup is heating up as qualifying rounds progress across the globe. Several nations, including reigning champions Argentina, have already secured their place at the expanded tournament. The next edition of the World Cup will be the biggest in history, featuring 48 nations competing across 3 host countries: the United States, Canada, and Mexico, from June 11 to July 19, 2026. And all 3 hosts qualify automatically, while the rest of the world battles through continental qualifiers. UEFA has 16 slots, with 12 groups winner advancing directly and 4 more earning their places through playoffs. England under Thomas Tuchel led Group K as they aim for automatic qualification. Elsewhere, Africa Cup has been allocated 9 spots. Asia AFC gets 8, and both South American and CONMEBOL and North Central America CONCACAF will have at least 6 teams each. For the first time, Oceania OFC is guaranteed 1 slot. And the final 2 bets will be decided via an Interconfederation playoff in March 2026, featuring 6 teams, 1 from each confederation except UEFA, plus an extra from the host region. To end the news, France were held 2-2 by Iceland in Reykjavik, ending their perfect start to European qualifying. The result, coupled with Ukraine's 2-1 win over Azerbaijan, delayed France's qualification. The World Cup runners-up led Group D with 10 points, 3 ahead of Ukraine, and were without injured captain Kylian Mbappe. Switzerland also stumbled, drawing 0-0 with Slovenia, and they would have qualified with a win, but Kosovo's 1-0 victory over Sweden kept the race alive in Group B. The road to the 2026 World Cup remains wide open. And that's the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out of the great networking and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone.
Only women use skincare. Agenda was agenda, and that is one propaganda I am not falling for. Welcome to this episode of Market Pulse, where we are exploring the skincare industry, and of course we are going to talk to experts. We are listening to and we are surveying the prices of the skincare industry. So join me as we explore this industry.
With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty.
The heavyweight champion accounting for about 15% of your body weight. The largest organ of the body, constantly working, constantly protecting your skin. On this episode of Market Pulse, we travel through bustling highways to reach the heart of the skincare industry at the Trade Fair Market in Lagos State, Nigeria.
I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare.
What does the poll say? Come rain or sun, the market is alive, a symphony of voices, colors, and scents.
In the system of Nigeria, we are meant to cope, because if you cannot cope, what will you do?
The strength and perseverance of Nigerians are written in every stall, every handshake, every deal.
When the fake has been made, when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all.
To truly understand the pulse of the skincare market, we went beyond the shelves to meet the makers, sellers, and buyers themselves.
I'm into business. My business name is Unique Mercy, into cosmetic. I've been in this business for 4 years now. In times of price, my customers are complaining in Nigerian goods that the prices are much. So I find out that it's chasing away customers for me, so I have to stop selling Nigerian goods. Cost of goods has made people to be producing fake. That's affected me. Some goods that are expensive, they have no other option other than to do it to produce the fake. And when the fake has been made, it will be cheaper. And when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all. I've been in this business for like 4 years now. I can dictate the difference between what I'm selling and when it has been reproduced. I believe if you're not in this business, it will be difficult for you to understand because there are imitations that can't be defined only by people that has been selling the original. You understand? So if you're not into the business, or that's the reason, the most reason why customers complain is when they apply it on their skin, they will find out reaction. I think that's the way they know the original. But me, without me testing it, I will know original and fake. I've been trying my possible best to make sure that I will give them original by getting it direct and the comfortable price, and that will make the number one is that original. That's what they want from me. That's original, and I will make sure that getting it direct at least will also still keep them. If you want to start in this market 4 years ago, you would, like, for instance, I think with 2 million you can start up a business. With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty. When we started the business, this shop has been, they started this shop around 2013. So I think things was better then, you understand, and we were able to accomplish some things by paying shop rent and having the shop. We were able to buy the shop. At least this shop is one of the things that made us to still be in this market by now, by shop rates, you understand, and being important also is the reason why we will see much gain, and the reason why we are still selling and having customers also. So those are the things that made us to be sustaining. And when you have customers that trust you and you trust them also, and that you can give a credit facility when you are balanced, that like your capital is well published, that you are balanced, you can give credit of 4 million naira to your customer that you trust. I think to the person that is sincere for business, you understand, I think that with that you will be sustaining. For instance, if you want to use brightening, there's every tendency that your brightness will be like my own. Like now your face is toning with your makeup now. Your face is toning.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you want to use brightening, like someone that is a kind of that is someone that is working under the sun, that the sun has been black, the person will use toning. You understand? Then bleaching is for people that their normal color is black and they want to bleach, and that's it. They have the cream that they will use for the bleaching. My advice, normal, I'm not advising anybody for bleaching. It's not a good thing.
From Korean serums to US exfoliants, UK moisturizers, Chinese face masks, and Nigerian shea butter blends, the skincare world is a tapestry of global influences. But what makes each brand unique? And what are their specialties?
I'm a businessman. I sell cosmetics and perfume. On the business, I've sailed up to 15 years. I've worked as a manager before I start my own business. The thing really affects everything we are doing here, because assuming we are having 500 before, but now the business, the whole money has exploded up to 2 million, but you cannot buy the equivalent goods we are having before. You will be going to like 8 million up. And most of the customers are not buying what they need. They only buy what they saw that they can afford. And for those of them that travel far from here, most of the goods they are buying are so small now compared to what they have been buying before. The importation we are doing before, assuming before this inflation, we are having, for me, I used to import like 100 cartons. But for now, I can only import at once 20 cartons and 15 so that I can pay and they can supply. The cheapest place we use to go for China, but that has no effect because it's not standard to this. So we go for China once. And you can get the cheapest as from 800, 1,000.
As inflation bites into everyday essentials, the skincare sector also feels the squeeze. Prices are shifting, but the desire for healthy, glowing skin remains strong.
I deal on cosmetics products. Okay, and these are shop. There are so many things that are trending. In cosmetics, they have different varieties. They have like when you come to cosmetics, have something like cream and soap and perfume as well. When you come to cream and soap, they have different countries where people do buy from. They have Philippines, they have Thailand, they have London, they have US. So when you come to like a UK, you see something like CeraVe, simple product. These are very quality products that people often go for, especially ladies. These are skincare that will not bleach you or whitening you. Rather, it will tone your skin. It will make your skin to glow. Then when you come to like French product, like the product that they've been gotten from France, they're actually nice cream as well, but they are more of lightening cream. And as well again, in Nigeria here, you have local products that are very, very okay too. They have a lot of them, like Skin Magnet, Lemon Fresh. There are so many wonderful cream here they do produce in Nigeria here, and people often use as well, and they make use of it. And people don't know they are very, very okay. Before you go into it, you need to be sure of what you want to do. You need to be very, very sure of what you want to do. Then I know how to go about it, and at least get experience of it before you start. And different angles, like at least you need to at least gather customer base. You need to have customer base before you start. That's number one. Make sure the particular plaza they are going to stay. Make sure that that particular plaza they actually did it on that particular stuff that you want to go into. Not that they are selling cream here or soap, then you go to where they are selling like wine, so it will affect you. Definitely you need to stay within that terrain where they sell those cream and soaps. Closing of border as of then, but now border has been open and all that. So, but there are other things that is giving us headache, like issue of an NAFDAC and all that. You bring some certain product in, they will allow you to cross. So when you now stock it in your shop, maybe you pack it in your warehouse or rather packing store. It will be chasing everybody around and all that. Meanwhile, they allow you to come. So if it is not sellable or if it's not good, so they should inform people earlier before people will actually import them. Not that when you allow it from from port authority, then once it comes to this market, they will start like disturbing people and going and chasing people around, saying that it's a fake product. Why they are the one that allow it to enter? So that's one of the major challenges you are facing. As a person dealing in a cosmetics product, you ought to know the difference between the original. By looking at it, you should know the packaging and what is inside. And it's going to be detriment of you for you to be selling a fake product or copy, because if you sell fake product to someone, it will affect your business because the person will not like to buy again.
Every malam to his kettle, every skincare babe or guy to their brand. There's something for everyone, whatever your pocket, and hopefully with your dermatologist's advice in mind.
My business name is Obi Success Cosmetics Nigeria Limited. I deal in skincare products, importer and exporter of all the skincares, both UK, Cameroon, China, Dubai, etc. I've been in the business for 5 years now. 5 years ago, you can use at least 2 million, 1 million to start up this business. Example, I use like 1 million to start up my own business. Not up to 1 million self to start up this skincare product. But recently, for newcomer, for new beginners, they can at least use 5 million. And using that 5 million, it will not be enough for them to start up because the economy affected the whole thing. The cost of living now is very, very expensive. The importation now is on the high side because of the dollar rate. Then the dollar rate, there's no fixed price of the dollar rate. It increased and it comes down. So with that, the price don't have fixed price of goods. You can come to market today, you might buy cheaper. Tomorrow, you might buy higher. The same product you buy cheap today, tomorrow to be on the high side. It really affected the beginner, and we the dealer that have been in it for years, it also affects us too. We believe that the cost of living is on the high side, the transportation and the dollar rate is also on the high side, affect the sales, and it affect the importing of the goods. Times you come, you earn more. At times we come, we earn low. So at times we might predict that customer will come, but at the process they will not, because they will say that they don't have that the price of the market is on the high side. They can't be able to pay. And at time customer will come, they will be disappointed on lighting their invoice because the money they budget for coming, the risk, the request they requested will be high. So it also affect our sales. So we doesn't predict our incomes in a month now. It depends on what we see and we follow up. It really affected us a lot, and we can't say we are coping and we are not coping, because in the system of Nigeria we are meant to cope, because if you cannot cope, what will you do? So we are meant to cope. We are coping. We are adapting. We adapt by force. We cope with our strengths. You know, at times after you bought, okay, let me just give you an example. You might purchase a market of, okay, Hawaii soap. You might buy it today, 45,000. After saying 45,000, then went back to purchase it again, you might buy it 50,000. So there's no profit. It's not profitable again. It means that the profit you have earned have already go back to the company. So you might change dollar today, 1,500. Tomorrow dollar might be 1,550. You might buy 1,550. Tomorrow it might be 1,500. Is it not affecting the sales? Is it not affecting the profit you're gonna make? So it really affects us a lot. So I can't say we are coping, but we are just trying to put our best in order to adapt the system of government. We get the skincare. Korea is good in skincare. China is also perfect. US is good. But the skincare has levels by levels, department by department. Understand? China skincare, they are where they basically on, they specialize on. The same thing applicable to Korea and US. US skincare is not the type that whitening fast. It comes normal. It brings out your normal color, the normal skin type in you. It glow your color. The same thing applicable to Korea, and some of China skincare also like that. So the skincare is level by level. But what makes the US and Korea and China skincare different is that US is higher, is more expensive than Korea, and Korea is more expensive than China. China is where the least people can as well afford to buy, and their skin will be okay. It doesn't damage skin. It brings out the beauty in you. It brings out the color in you. It brings out the quality, the type, whom you want to be, without applying any powder. So that is the advantage of skincare. And there's the US, Korea, and etc. They're all good, but we depend on the price, on prices. So that is the price difference of skincare. For a start, you have to learn it. You have to enter inside market, meet someone to teach you on skincare. You can't just bust inside. You can't just join skincare without having update on it. When you are into skincare, when you learn it, then when you are in it, when you are in it, look at the customer skin. As you are touching the customer skin, or as you are sighting the customer skin, you can as well dictate the skin type of that customer, because you knows about it. So, but when you're a novice on it, you cannot dictate a customer skin type. That will make you to give a customer a long prescription on that. I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare. Skincare is also for men, for man and women, also for children. We have cousin lotion, cousin oil for children. As you put to bed, you start applying skincare for your child, for smooth body. You understand? So also for children, but there's some skincare that you not use on children, and there's some skincare you use on children. So we also have children's skincare. You understand? Starting from 0 age, once the baby is put to bed, and as well start using skincare based on their own type. You understand? So children can use skincare, adult can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. There's a lot of advantage in skincare. Skincare reduce too much of application of makeup in skincare. Once you get your skin, once you get your skin type in any skincare product, it will reduce much makeup, much powder, much application on the face, applying a lot of things in your face. Once your skin is neat, it will make your skin neat, and once it's neat, it makes you look younger. It will reduce the ages of a woman and also the age of a man. It reduces their age and it makes them look neat and smooth. So skincare is good for everybody.
Here are some other items we scouted and their prices. A snapshot of what's trending, what's affordable, and what's premium.
Body cream that you can buy in my shop that is cheap is think packets made by Nigerian lotion. You can see 2750. You can see 35. They have cream of 110. They have cream of 17,000. They have 65. A baby white lotion is 65,000. I think Eversoap is the cheapest now. Eversoap is 2,350 for pack. Cheapest liquid. I think they have the one of 55. 5575. Body oil is for the growing of the skin, while cream is for creaming and moisturizing skin. I think dry skin type needs oil. The mist need I think cream. Yeah. The difference between liquid and tablet. For instance, the St. Ives bath. Some people will use the bath; it will react on their skin based on the fragrance. But that body wash has scrub inside. That's the difference.
The wash, the cheapest one should be from 2,000 up. And the shower gel is mostly for females, for their feminine. But all of them do foam. But the shower gel contain most of the germs. While the tablet one can keep it for long and it's to say, but the shower gel is only meant for women and some careful men. Because once it's poured on the sponge, you cannot get it back. But the tablet one, you can be taking next month. The cheapest roller now is 700. The disadvantage is that most of the work written on it is not being done by the same roller.
For skincare for face, to apply it on face, you don't need to use face cream regular. If you are using face cream, use it. You don't need to use face cream as your normal body cream. Face cream can be applied 3 times in a week. And about body serum, face serum can be applying every day, morning and night. Cleanser, you can clean your face morning and night after taking shower, after your bath. Then after applying your cleanser, you apply your serum before putting in face cream. Face cream is the last you will apply. And finally, you can as well use sunscreen. Sunscreen protects you from sun. So that is how to apply skincare. The cheapest cleanser you will see in my shop is Dr. Rachel cleanser. It's 2.5. The cheapest moisturizer is also Dr. Rachel or Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula. This is a moisturizer. It's also cheapest 2.5. And Dr. Rachel moisturizer is also 2.5. You understand? So we have others that's cheaper.
And as with every industry we've explored, one question keeps returning. What is the way forward? For traders, consumers, and entrepreneurs alike, the answer may define the next chapter of Nigeria's skincare boom. And that's it for the skincare industry on Market Pulse. I am Amanda Imosigwe for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to another enlightening edition of the Startup Spotlight, the show where innovation meets opportunity and bold ideas take the center stage. My name is Glory Brown, and today we're diving into a very powerful conversation that's reshaping the business, think, and act in uncertain times. And our focus for today is leveraging AI-driven event intelligence to navigate uncertainty and drive business growth. And to help us unpack all of these, I'm joined by Shaist Inigbedion, who is the head of happiness at Concord App, where it transforms high-stakes events into predictable business outcomes through intelligent storytelling and product operations. Mr. Chase Inigbedion, it's a great pleasure to have you join us on the Startup Spotlight today.
Thank you so much, Glory, for having me, and this conversation is timely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's jump right into the first question for today. How would you define AI-powered event intelligence in the context of today's volatile global business environment?
Sure. I would only start by reiterating that you have to explain the context first. Early stage founders and executives from Africa and the diaspora, they spend an average of 15,000 annually and hundreds of hours attending global conferences like the UN General Assembly that would happen in New York, the World Economic Forum that happens in Davos, the Conference of Parties, which is the climate change conference that would happen in Brazil this year, and also the consumer electronics shows. And I will tell you, despite this massive investment of time and capital, 78% of this professional report that majority of their relationship from this event failed to convert into tangible business outcome. They are citing a lack of strategic alignment, a bunch of selfies being taken, inefficient follow-up, and a reliance on chance encounters rather than engineered connections. The current system is like a lottery where only a few win, and the vast majority lead with handshake instead of strategic partnership of capital. So for our audience, AI-powered intelligence is the key to turning chaos into clarity. It's a smart system that helps you find the signal. Beyond this conversation, how do you turn those relationships into revenue? And the signal and the noise of global events, from new trade policies to major conferences, you're leaving from one Lagos airport to a conference in New York and Paris. It's about leveraging technology, not just to attend events, but to identify critical opportunities. And Concord App is like an AI-powered intelligence that is laid out for this professional event. We use large language models and proprietary algorithms to ingest unstructured data from global events, including attending lists. So you're a speaker, you want to be able to understand your speaker topics. There's a policy brief, and we cross-reference it with a user company profile and strategic objectives. So our system identifies and signals like high leverage opportunities in real time. So who are you meeting at this conference? Will Glory be attending from BusinessDay? Will I be meeting social person from First Bank? They help the user form a specific action plan. It will recommend who to meet, what to discuss, and how to frame the conversation to maximize strategic alignment and drive tangible outcomes, like either you're securing a partnership, you're attracting an investment, or you're identifying a new market entry point.
Thank you so much for that insight. The next question I have for you says, why is the event intelligence becoming increasingly critical for businesses navigating uncertainty, especially ahead of the global milestone like the UNGA 80?
So the UN General Assembly in its 80th anniversary are not just events. It's like a market of faith. There are different side events that happen during that period, from one event company hosting one event to the numbers of people coming to New York at that time just to product connections. But they are inflection point for policies and capital. Think about a Nigerian fintech founder who wants to attract investment from a European fund or partner with a UN agency. AI event intelligence is the tool that help them understand who is in the room at the UN Global Compact side event. Who would I meet at the UN headquarters? Who will I meet at other side event that is happening during that period? Maybe it's the Fast Company Innovation Festival, or there's several other conferences that organizes even happy hours. How do you identify the specific problem that will be discussed beyond the agendas that is shared, and how their solution fit perfectly with what you want to be able to accomplish? So it helps us move beyond just showing up to proactively form the right connections and strategic alliances.
How can AI transform unpredictable chaotic events into actionable insights that support business stability and growth in this present time?
So AI has gone beyond just ChatGPT. Now there's an era of multiple agents. The understanding is that it helps us do two things. It helps us signal, and it also helps us form. It signals when a specific event, say a new policy on climate adaptation in Africa, or a major humanitarian initiative, or what my people will say, like tech founders will say, how do I close a deal? You know, it's relevant to your business because it helps you form a response. For example, a young entrepreneur at a side event might notice that a European diplomat is talking about the need for local sustainable energy solutions. The AI system can signal this conversation, then help the entrepreneur form a follow-up that references the specific discussion point, connecting the diplomat's need to the entrepreneurial solution. It turns a chaotic conversation from the first time you enter into the room to a clear roadmap for action. Example can be like, I am Chase from Concord Hub. I build this app. I'm looking for so person to be able to identify with. And it helps you reference those pointers and help you secure those conversations.
You know, from your bio, we learned that you're the head of happiness with the Concord app. Can you walk us through how this app is being connected to AI, external events, to internal business decisions, specifically in driving relationships into revenue?
Sure. Like I mentioned, why even the title of the head of happiness is like everybody wants to go to an event to connect. A signal, an array of like what will happiness turn out for me if I have spent $1,000 on flights. Maybe I'm paying a conference ticket of over about $750. Like there's a large investment that you put into place, hotel and all. Why we're doing this with Concord app is we want to take you right from your room when you start planning for this event. You know, where can you get the best on hotel deals, either as an individual who's attending or you're going to represent your organizations. If you go on TikTok right now, there's certain, the creator economy is also very big right now where people will share with you their experiences of attending certain conferences. It helps you predict even the conferences to attend. Even as a first-time attendee, you understand, okay, what are the outfits they wear? What are the kind of people that I meet? How large is such conferences? How can I broker such conversation? So from that inception of purchasing your conference ticket to securing your hotel and flight to understanding those who are in the room. So if I give you an example for the World Bank IMF meeting, you get to see a large number of people attending as delegates. If possible, you can search them on LinkedIn, and a lot of these people do not use those conversations. How about we build a mobile app which helps you identify this person? You can connect with them real time by sending a message, or totally when you meet them in person, you capture their information. You take a picture to serve as a reminder. You run through the idea of saying, oh, hi, my name is Chase. I'm from Concord Hub. I met you at XYZ event, and I do love to follow up on this. Another major impact is the intelligence matching. It helps you also identify. So if I work in the product management space, I want to be able to identify with other product managers attending same conference. If I'm a policy director, I want to be able to identify policy makers. I want to be able to identify those who are also in the media. Maybe I can meet lovely Glory at such events and say, okay, I have a story to share. What do I need? It just helps you to have a done for you service where you go from an handshake into turning relationship into revenue.
Thank you so much. What type of data signals or external events are mostly common monitored to trigger business action using AI systems, most especially when you're starting up?
Sure. Like I said, for someone who had come from another tech startup, I work as chief period officer at Cloud, which was around menstrual health and conversation. So one of the true picture of me, like it's a personal story that has me going to several conferences. Like even this year alone, I've been to the Consumer Electronics Show, which is another mecca of sort, Google Cloud Nest, and a couple of other events that are planned out for this month of August. One thing I noticed that we are monitoring a wide range of signals that are relevant to our audience, which are our executives who are either going there to secure a new job or going to build business connections. You know, what are the other relevance to the humanitarian space? So this could include public announcement from the African Union, for example, or new funding rounds for African startups or global startups, you know, diaspora investment trends and regulatory changes in markets like Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa. What is it like in being at the World Bank annual IMF meeting, and I'm meeting the CBN governor and also the Minister of Finance, and projecting to letting them know that technology can create a better options in how they drive narrative to supporting African fintech founders. You're also signaling leadership changes at partner organizations, shift in consumer sentiment on platforms like X. X is a go-to platform where a lot of people just have their business ideas shared and people can come in. I know of pitch competitions that is already happening on all this social media platform. Like you're going on LinkedIn right now. It has gone beyond the reference of seeking for jobs to now people being able to create videos that connect with a large number of people. A major infrastructure project announcement, it gives you a chance to be able to see, okay, what is happening in your locality, in areas that you need to increase your business outcome. So it's a good time for these signals that are triggering the ecosystem and that are helping people drive business growth.
How can organizations move from reactive decision making to predictive strategy using AI event intelligence? How can they move from this stage to another?
That is a very nice, great question, because truly reactive decision making is like trying to navigate a bustling Lagos market by only looking at your feet. Predictive strategy enabled by AI is like having a co-pilot that can see around every corner. And we're not just talking Gemini, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all the other AI tools that exist. We're talking about how it analyzes historical data, current trends, event to future outcome. For example, it could predict regions in Europe which would be most respective to an African-made consumer goods. Like if you're selling an Africa Ankara, for example, you want to be able to know, okay, what target market that will take on that. You're also able to check it out based on combination of cultural and economic signals. It allowed businesses to allocate resources that are strategically before the competition even notice the opportunity. Like, for example, if you're going for the World Economic Forum in Davos, as much as it's very elitist and all, you want to be able to identify who you're going to come across with and how you're going to get prepared for such events.
Now, in what ways can AI help businesses identify relationship opportunities, whether with clients, with partners, or marketers, amid complex or disruptive events? How can AI help them to identify different relationship opportunity, be it with client, be it with partner or marketers?
Sure. Like I said, AI is a master at finding patterns in chaos. When a disruptive event happens, for example, say a new visa policy is announced, like if you've been hearing about the current recent US bond of paying a certain amount just to be like a certain criteria for staying in the country, for example. You also want to be able to identify which of your diaspora partners are most impacted and which clients are most vulnerable. So the ways you would create, for example, you're building an MVP. There are tools right now like Lovable that can help you create no-code tools. How do you identify those things ASAP? It can then suggest a proactive outreach strategy. So are you using social media channels to get into the right consumers? What do you tell them differently? Are you using storytelling? It also helps you spot new opportunities, like identifying emerging markets in the United States, for example, that are now a better fit for your product because of a shifting global landscape. If you hear the story of Money Points and Flutterwaves, these are already unicorn in that space. It also helps us to see the future of connecting those dots in a way that is possible for a human to do alone. So you don't even need to hire multiple staffs, but you want to be able to identify those in the location you're trying to target and who can help you and who can support you to get there. The most interesting thing with the recent launch and even ChatGPT of multiple agents, you can now set up prompt engineering that lets you say, oh, I will want you to act as my CEO. And these are the roles that I expected of you. I would like you to act as my head of sales. and this is the expectations I need from you. I want you to act as my social media promoter, and these are your expectations. So you have multiple agents who are helping you to do your work effectively.
Now, how should businesses integrate AI-driven event intelligence into their CRM, into their marketing, and also their sales workflows?
So integration should be seamless and it should be able to serve your team. So it's not just about fulfilling subscriptions on CRMs and workflows without getting results. The AI should sit as a layer on top of your existing tool. So if you're using HubSpot, for example, or you're using MailChimp to send messages to your direct consumers, let's say, for example, for a sales team focused on a UN Global Compact partners, it should push actionables directly into their CRM. For a marketing team, it should inform content strategy by identifying trending topics and key narratives that resonate with that specific audience. For example, if the system signals a major new partnership for a competitor, the marketing team can immediately create a counter narrative and a campaign to highlight their own competitive advantage. If you're also looking at making sure at least the sales workflow is for you to be able to give out free services, for example, to be able to generate more audience belief in whatever you're articulating, just making sure that those tools are relevant to your tax, whether you're using an HubSpot, a MailChimp, or you're using Apollo that helps you just identify the type of consumers that you want to reach and how best to reach them.
Now, let's talk about the key considerations. What are the key considerations for aligning AI event insight with business KPIs and growth objectives?
Sure. The key is to start with business KPIs and work backward. So if for your key indicators, you want to be able to say, okay, what do you want to be able to say? For example, do you want to make $100,000 before the end of the year? And you want to work it backward. Like, don't just implement AI for the sake of it. Ask, what are our core growth objectives? Is it a market share in a specific region? Are you increasing revenue from a diaspora client? Are you securing a strategic partnership with a global NGO? Or are you looking at securing media deals? So you want to appear in certain media platforms. Then configure the AI to specifically track the signals and events that impact those KPIs. So for example, I can't spend so much on attending a media company derived event. So for example, a founder reached out to me like, I want to go for Fast Company Innovation Festival in New York. Why should I go for this? Because if I'm paying so much for the tickets, what benefit will it give it to me? And I'm like, even from the human standpoint, you're looking at, if it's a media company, you want to be able to get their attention. If you can't even afford to get a booth to exhibit your product, if you're a digital product, you want to be able to onboard customers immediately. So it's a way to be able to specifically track those events that will help you with your KPIs. The AI should not be a separate function. It should be a direct to achieving your business goals.
What industries or sectors do you think will see the most immediate return of investment from event intelligence platforms in the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years? What sector do you think will see the most of return of investment from these event intelligence platforms?
From someone like myself who has come from the femtech and health tech experience, I believe we will see the most immediate return on investment in financial services, in professional services. Like right now, you go on TikTok, somebody's telling you how I can help you go from $0 to $100,000, how I sell digital products to do XYZ. And like I said, even the creative economic space is growing bigger with this space, whereby you see certain influencers from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok, So these industries operate on complex interconnected systems where a single event can have a massive ripple effect. Like in Africa and the diaspora, we see it in the tech sector where agile startups are using this to leapfrog established players by being faster and more strategic. One of the iconic is to see what ways are you able to use those events. So let's say, for example, a Gate Foundation is looking at supporting women-based provisions like in the healthcare space. So how do you tailor to see yourself like targeting that NGO funding to seeing how much more you can use AI in telling your stories, your accomplishment, and securing a grant with such organizations?
Let's look at some of the challenges involved in implementing AI-powered decision systems. What are some of the limitations or some of the ethical challenges involved when implementing AI-powered decision systems?
So a lot of concerns that I've come across is data privacy. So even for in the health space, you'll be talking about the HIPAA laws. In certain geography, you're also talking about the GDPR, the bias in algorithms and the risks of over-automation. We have to be mindful that data we use is ethical and respect privacies. Recently, the founder of Flow, has such accusation of them sharing data with Meta, which caused a lot of big chaos for them. The algorithm must be built and monitored to ensure that they don't perpetuate existing biases against certain regions or demographics. It's like on YouTube also, they'll tell you there are certain music videos that are not appropriate in certain regions, and they will block it automatically. It's the same way where you're also being able to remember that AI is a tool and not a replacement for human judgment. So the human element with its empathy and strategic foresight is what gives technology its true purpose.
As we look ahead of the UNGA ATS and other major global events, what advice would you give to business leaders hoping to turn uncertainty into strategic growth through AI-driven insights?
My advice is simple. Start small, but start now. For too long, we have relied on handshakes and chance meetings to build our businesses, not for profit, or if we work in a company, we should not wait for a perfect system. We should begin by identifying one critical business objective, such as finding a key partner in the diaspora, or you're entering a new market in Europe or in Asia. You want to be able to use AI to specifically help you with that one objective. The insights you gain from that single use case will demonstrate the power of the technology. For our audience, this is about building a new competitive advantage, one that allows them to move faster, be more strategic, and build a more stable and prosperous future. The future belongs to those who don't just participate in the events, but actively engineer the outcome they desire. So you're moving beyond taking that selfies to building that relationship. And if you're the shy type, AI can also help you do that work.
She said, if you must start, start now. Thank you so much, Chase Inegbedion, for your honest insight on this topic. And that brings us to the end of another thought-provoking episode of Startup Spotlight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Chase Inegbedion, for joining us on the Startup Spotlight today. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much, Gloria, and the team. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of another thought-provoking episode of Startup Spotlight. Today, we explored how AI-driven event intelligence is reshaping how businesses anticipate change, manage risk, and unlock new opportunities, even in uncertain times. A big thank you to our guests for sharing such valuable insight. And to our viewers and listeners, remember, the future belongs to those who are not just reactive, but proactive. And with tools like AI, your business doesn't just survive, it can what? Thrive. My name is Glory Brown. I'll see you next time on Startup Spotlight. Keep watching Business Day Television.